For thousands of years, humans have asked whether God exists. This question has sparked more debate, more philosophy, more wars, and more peace than perhaps any other in human history. But here is what makes this topic genuinely fascinating. Both sides of this debate include brilliant minds, compelling arguments, and logical structures that can seem utterly convincing until you hear the response. This is not a battle between reason and faith, or between intelligence and ignorance. It is a clash of entire worldviews, each built on foundations that seem obvious to those who hold them. In this comprehensive analysis, we will examine every major argument about God with ruthless honesty. We will explore where arguments succeed, where they fail, and most importantly, why intelligent people still disagree after centuries of debate. We will cover the classical proofs, the modern reformulations, the devastating critiques, and the surprising comebacks. We will look at what scholars actually debate today. We will explore why this question matters beyond academic philosophy, affecting how billions of people live, govern, and find meaning. Let us begin with the oldest and perhaps most intuitive argument humans have ever constructed. Part 1. The Cosmological Argument. Why is there something rather than nothing? Stand outside on a clear night and look at the stars. Watch a river flow or hold a rock in your hand. Everything you see exists. It is here, now, real and undeniable. The cosmological argument begins with this simple observation and asks one of the most profound questions philosophy has ever produced. Why does anything exist at all? The cosmological argument is not one argument, but a family of arguments, all sharing a common intuition. Everything that exists has some explanation for why it exists. The universe exists. Therefore, the universe must have an explanation. That explanation, the argument concludes, is God. This sounds simple, but beneath this surface lies centuries of sophisticated philosophical development. Let us examine the major versions, starting with the one that has dominated philosophical discussion for 800 years. Walk into any room in your house. Look at any object, your phone, your chair, a cup on the table. None of these objects brought themselves into existence. Your phone was manufactured, assembled from parts that came from factories, which used materials extracted from the earth, which formed from stellar processes billions of years ago. Thomas Aquinas, the 13th century philosopher and theologian, formalized what seems obvious. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. But if everything requires a cause, and each cause requires its own cause, we face an infinite regress. Imagine a train with infinite cars, each pulled by the one in front. But if there is no engine, no first car actually pulling, the entire train cannot move. Aquinas argued there must be a first cause, something that causes everything else, but is itself uncaused. This first cause, he claimed, is what we call God. Here is where it gets interesting. Modern defenders like William Lane Craig have reformulated this argument using contemporary physics. They point to Big Bang cosmology, which suggests the universe had a beginning approximately 14 billion years ago. If the universe began to exist, and everything that begins to exist has a cause, then the universe has a cause. That cause must be outside space and time, since it created space and time. It must be immensely powerful to create a universe, and it must be personal, because only a personal agent can create something from a state of literally nothing. The argument taps into deep intuitions about causation that are difficult to shake. In our everyday experience, nothing just pops into existence uncaused. Quantum physics aside for a moment, this principle seems fundamental to how we understand reality. The argument also gains support from modern physics. The Big Bang theory, cosmic microwave background radiation, and the expansion of space all point to a universe with a finite age. This was not always accepted. In fact, many scientists in the early 20th century resisted the Big Bang precisely because it seemed to support religious ideas about creation. The philosopher and atheist Quentin Smith wrote a remarkable paper in 1993 acknowledging that naturalists, those who believe only natural things exist, were in a state of intellectual embarrassment because Big Bang cosmology seemed to support theism. He noted that the majority of philosophers and scientists who discussed the topic in the 1960s and 70s agreed that the Big Bang implied a creator. But does the argument actually work? Critics have identified several fundamental problems, and these are not minor quibbles. First, there is what philosophers call the special pleading problem. If everything needs a cause, why does God not need a cause? Theists respond that God is not a thing that began to exist, so the rule does not apply. But critics ask, if you can make an exception for God, why not make an exception for the universe itself? Bertrand Russell, in his famous 1927 debate with Frederick Copleston, argued that the universe might just be a brute fact, something that exists without explanation. When Copleston pressed him on why everything we observe requires a cause, but the universe does not, Russell replied with his most quoted line, "The universe is just there, and that is all." Second, quantum mechanics presents a serious challenge. In quantum field theory, particles do appear to pop into existence without causes, at least not in any classical sense. Virtual particles appear and disappear in the vacuum. Radioactive decay happens spontaneously without prior causes. Defenders respond that quantum events are not truly uncaused. They emerge from quantum fields and follow probabilistic laws. But critics counter that this shows our intuitions about causation might be fundamentally wrong at the deepest levels of reality. Third, there is a conceptual problem about time itself. What does it mean to cause something before time exists? The philosopher Adolf Grünbaum pointed out that causation requires time. Causes precede effects. But if the Big Bang created time itself, there was no before. The entire question, what caused the universe, might be incoherent, like asking what is north of the North Pole. Now, there is another powerful version of this argument that many philosophers consider more sophisticated. Gottfried Leibniz, the 17th century philosopher and mathematician, developed what is called the argument from sufficient reason. He argued using the principle of sufficient reason. Everything must have a sufficient reason or explanation for why it exists and why it is the way it is. Look around you again. Everything you see is contingent, meaning it might not have existed. You could have never been born. The earth might have never formed. Even the laws of physics could have been different, or so it seems. But contingent things require explanations outside themselves. My existence is explained by my parents, their existence by their parents, and so on. But even if this chain goes back infinitely, Leibniz argued, you still have not explained why this entire series exists, rather than some other series, or nothing at all. Imagine an infinite series of books, each copying information from the previous one. Even if this series extends infinitely into the past, you still have not explained where the information came from originally. There must be, Leibniz concluded, a necessary being, something that must exist and contains its own explanation. This necessary being is God. Contemporary philosophers Alvin Plantinga and Graham Oppy represent the highest level of current debate on this argument, and their exchange reveals just how complex this gets. Plantinga argues that the principle of sufficient reason is intuitively obvious, and rejecting it leads to absurdity. If things can exist without explanation, then literally anything could happen without reason. Why does your coffee cup not spontaneously turn into a hippopotamus? The answer seems to be that there is no sufficient reason for that transformation, so it does not happen. But Oppy responds with a powerful counter. The principle of sufficient reason might be self-refuting. If everything needs an explanation, then God's nature needs an explanation. If God's nature needs no explanation because God is necessary, then we have made an exception to the principle. And if we can make exceptions, the principle is not absolute, and maybe the universe itself is the exception. Furthermore, Oppy argues that even if we grant a necessary being exists, we have no reason to think it is God, rather than, say, the universe itself or some impersonal quantum field. The argument might prove too much or too little. This is not just academic philosophy. The cosmological argument shapes how billions understand their place in reality. In 2005, the philosopher Antony Flew, perhaps the most famous atheist of the 20th century, announced he had become a theist. The primary reason he gave was the cosmological argument and the origin of DNA. This conversion shocked the philosophical community and demonstrated the argument's continuing power. Conversely, many scientists and philosophers have left religious faith specifically because they found the cosmological argument unconvincing. The physicist Lawrence Krauss wrote an entire book, A Universe from Nothing, attempting to show how modern physics explains cosmic origins without God. In Islamic philosophy, the cosmological argument, especially the version developed by Al-Ghazali in the 11th century, remains central to theological discussion. The Kalam cosmological argument, as it is known, has been championed by William Lane Craig in hundreds of debates and has become perhaps the most discussed theistic argument in contemporary philosophy. After centuries of debate, where does this leave us? The cosmological argument remains undefeated in the eyes of its defenders and thoroughly refuted in the eyes of its critics. What we can say is this: the argument successfully identifies a deep puzzle about existence itself. Why is there something rather than nothing? This question will not go away. Whether God provides the answer, or whether the question is somehow misguided, or whether we must accept existence as a brute fact, remains one of philosophy's enduring mysteries. The argument also reveals something crucial about the entire God debate. Both sides operate from foundational intuitions that seem obvious to them, but not to their opponents. To the theist, it seems obvious that existence requires explanation. To the atheist, it seems obvious that God does not solve the problem, but merely relocates it. As we move forward to examine other arguments, keep this pattern in mind. The deepest disagreements are not about facts, but about which intuitions and principles we should trust when facts run out. Part 2. The Teleological Argument. When design demands a designer. Pick up your smartphone and examine it. Notice the camera, the processor, the carefully arranged circuits and sensors. You immediately recognize this as designed, as the product of intelligent minds working towards specific purposes. No one would suggest your phone assembled itself by chance. Now look at your hand holding that phone. Consider your eye reading these words, or your brain processing their meaning. The teleological argument asks, if human artifacts require designers, and if nature displays even greater complexity and purpose than human artifacts, does nature not also require a designer? This argument has captivated humans for millennia because it starts from something undeniable. The natural world appears designed. Birds have wings perfectly suited for flight. Fish have gills exquisitely adapted for extracting oxygen from water, and your DNA contains more information than thousands of encyclopedias. The teleological argument, from the Greek word telos, meaning purpose or end goal, claims this appearance of design is not an illusion, but evidence of an actual designer, God. William Paley, an 18th-century English clergyman, gave this argument its most famous formulation in 1802. Imagine you are walking across a heath and you find a watch on the ground. You pick it up and examine its intricate gears, springs and hands, all working together to measure time. You would never conclude this watch formed by natural processes, by wind and erosion randomly arranging metal and glass. The complexity and purpose evident in the watch demand a watchmaker. Now, Paley argued, examine a human eye. It has a lens that focuses light, a retina that detects it, muscles that adjust focus, and all of this connects to a brain that interprets the signals. The eye is vastly more complex and purposeful than any watch. If a watch requires a watchmaker, does an eye not require an eye maker? If we see design in human artifacts, and if nature displays even greater design, then nature must have a designer far more intelligent than humans. God. This argument resonates deeply with human intuition. When you see the Grand Canyon, a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, or the precise orbit of planets, it feels obvious that these things are meant to be this way. The argument also appealed to scientists for centuries. Isaac Newton saw his laws of motion as describing God's design. Johannes Kepler said he was thinking God's thoughts after him when discovering planetary orbits. Robert Boyle, the founder of modern chemistry, wrote extensively about how nature's design pointed to God. But then came 1859, and everything changed. Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, and the design argument would never be the same. Darwin showed how natural selection could produce apparent design without any designer. Here is how it works. Organisms vary randomly through genetic mutations. Some variations help survival and reproduction, others hurt it. Helpful variations get passed on more often simply because the organisms possessing them survive longer and reproduce more. Over millions of years, this process accumulates changes that make organisms appear perfectly designed for their environments. The eye, Paley's prime example, no longer seems to require a designer. It evolved gradually through countless intermediate stages, each providing some advantage. We actually see this progression in living species today. Some organisms have just light-sensitive cells. Others have cup-shaped clusters of these cells that indicate light direction. Still others have pinhole camera eyes. And finally, some have lens eyes like ours. Each stage works well enough to provide survival advantage, and natural selection preserves and builds upon each improvement. Richard Dawkins, the evolutionary biologist, argues in The Blind Watchmaker that evolution is a blind watchmaker, producing design without purpose or foresight. The appearance of design is real, but the designer is not God, but natural selection, an unintelligent process operating over deep time. Dawkins claims that before Darwin, one could be an intellectually fulfilled atheist, but not after. Darwin made atheism respectable by explaining apparent design without God. This seems devastating to the design argument, and many philosophers and theologians accepted defeat on this point. But the story does not end there. Design arguments have made a remarkable comeback in recent decades, reformulated in ways Darwin never addressed. Contemporary defenders make a crucial distinction that Paley missed. They argue that evolution can explain biological complexity, the complexity of living organisms, but it cannot explain specified complexity, complexity that matches an independent pattern. Consider Mount Rushmore with its carved presidential faces. The mountain itself is complex, but that complexity is unspecified, just random erosion. The faces, however, display specified complexity. They match independently existing patterns, the actual faces of presidents. William Dembski, a mathematician and philosopher, argues that specified complexity always indicates intelligent design. DNA contains specified complexity. It matches the independent pattern of functional proteins needed for life. The genetic code itself, the way DNA triplets correspond to amino acids, appears arbitrary like a language, not determined by chemical necessity. Languages, codes, and information always come from minds, not from mindless processes. Michael Behe, a biochemist, introduced the concept of irreducible complexity in his book Darwin's Black Box. Some biological systems, he argues, require multiple parts all working together, and removing any single part destroys the function entirely. Consider a bacterial flagellum, a tiny molecular motor that spins like an outboard motor to propel bacteria. It has a rotor, a stator, a drive shaft, and a propeller. Remove any component, and it stops functioning entirely. Behe asks, how could natural selection build such a system gradually when intermediate stages have no function, and therefore no survival advantage? These arguments sparked intense debate. Critics responded forcefully on multiple fronts. Kenneth Miller and other biologists showed that components of supposedly irreducibly complex systems often have other functions. The bacterial flagellum shares parts with the type 3 secretion system, a different molecular machine. Natural selection could have co-opted existing parts for new functions, a process called exaptation. What seems irreducibly complex from our perspective may have had functional predecessors that are now extinct or repurposed. Furthermore, critics argue that specified complexity is not a reliable indicator of design. Snowflakes display specified complexity matching the precise pattern of hexagonal symmetry, yet they form through natural crystallization processes. The arrangement of planets in our solar system matches patterns too, but we do not infer a planet arranger. The philosopher Elliot Sober points out a deeper problem with the design inference. To conclude that something is designed, we need to compare the probability of it arising by design versus by chance. But how do we calculate the probability that God would create this particular biological system this particular way? We have no independent access to God's preferences or methods. Without knowing what God would likely design, we cannot say whether the evidence favors design or naturalistic explanation. Despite these criticisms, the design argument maintains significant support, especially when applied beyond biology. Many defenders have shifted focus from biological design to cosmic design, but that is a separate argument we will examine next. In biology specifically, the debate continues over whether Darwinian mechanisms are sufficient to explain all biological complexity, or whether some features genuinely require intelligent intervention. The design argument faces another profound challenge that goes beyond evolution: the problem of bad design. If God designed living things, why are they so poorly designed in so many ways? The human eye, Paley's example, actually has its wiring backwards. Light-detecting cells face away from incoming light, and nerves and blood vessels block light before it reaches them. Octopus eyes, by contrast, have their wiring the right way around. Evolution explains this. Vertebrate eyes evolved one way, cephalopod eyes another, and evolution builds on what exists, rather than starting from scratch. But if God designed human eyes, why design them worse than octopus eyes? Human bodies contain dozens of such examples. Our appendix serves little function and sometimes kills us. We have wisdom teeth that do not fit in our jaws. Our birth canal is dangerously narrow, making human childbirth more deadly than for most mammals. Male reproductive organs route through a structure that commonly gets blocked, causing urinary problems. We cannot synthesize vitamin C and will die without dietary sources, yet most mammals make their own. These examples suggest evolution cobbling together solutions with available materials, not an omniscient designer creating from scratch. Defenders respond that we should not presume to know God's purposes, that apparent flaws might serve hidden functions, or that design has been corrupted by the fall described in Genesis. Critics reply that these responses evacuate the argument of content. If we accept any observation as consistent with design, then design explains nothing and predicts nothing. The design argument affects how societies approach education and science policy. In the United States, debates over teaching intelligent design in public schools have reached the Supreme Court multiple times. In 2005, a federal judge in the Kitzmiller v. Dover case ruled that intelligent design is religion, not science, and cannot be taught in public school science classes. The judge, John Jones, appointed by President George W. Bush, wrote that intelligent design violates the scientific method by invoking supernatural causation and is essentially religious creationism relabeled. This decision reflected mainstream scientific opinion. The National Academy of Sciences, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and virtually every major scientific organization have issued statements saying intelligent design is not science. They argue that science by definition seeks natural explanations and that invoking God stops scientific inquiry. But defenders of design counter that this excludes design by definition, not by evidence. If God actually did design life, science should be able to detect it. Excluding design a priori means science might miss the truth. They point out that archaeology, forensics, and cryptography routinely distinguish design from non-design. So why not biology? The debate reveals a fundamental disagreement about what science is and what it should do. Methodological naturalism, the principle that science uses only natural explanations, is either a sensible restriction that keeps science focused and productive, or an unjustified assumption that blinds science to possible truths, depending on who you ask. In Islamic thought, the design argument holds central importance. The Quran repeatedly points to nature as evidence of God's existence and wisdom. Medieval Islamic scholars like al-Ghazali developed sophisticated design arguments centuries before Paley. Contemporary Muslim scholars generally embrace evolution as God's method of creating, seeing no conflict between evolutionary mechanisms and divine design. So, where does the design argument stand today? It successfully captures a powerful intuition. Nature appears designed because much of it is elegantly suited to function. But whether this appearance indicates actual design or evolutionary history remains contested. Evolution provides a naturalistic explanation for biological design that most scientists find compelling, but gaps in evolutionary explanation and the question of whether natural selection is genuinely creative or merely selective keep the debate alive. The argument also highlights a methodological divide. Should science investigate possible design, or should it restrict itself to natural causes regardless of where evidence might lead? This question has no obvious answer and depends on deeper philosophical commitments about the nature and purpose of scientific inquiry itself. Part 3. The fine-tuning argument, the universe built for life. Imagine you wake up facing a firing squad of 50 expert marksmen. They fire, and somehow every single bullet misses you. You would not shrug and say, "Well, I guess I got lucky." You would immediately suspect the miss was intentional, that someone arranged for you to survive. The fine-tuning argument makes an analogous claim about the universe itself. The fundamental constants and initial conditions of the cosmos appear fine-tuned for life, with such precision that chance seems inadequate as an explanation. This argument differs from biological design because it operates at the level of physics, not biology. Evolution might explain complex life, but evolution requires a universe where chemistry, stars, and planets can exist in the first place. The fine-tuning argument asks, why does our universe have the precise physical laws that allow any of this to happen? Consider the cosmological constant, a number that determines the expansion rate of the universe. If this constant were larger by even 1 part in 10 to the power of 120, the universe would have expanded too rapidly for galaxies, stars, or planets to form. If it were smaller by the same amount, the universe would have collapsed back on itself almost immediately after the Big Bang. To put this precision in perspective, imagine covering the entire United States with coins stacked to the moon. Now do this 1 billion times over, filling the observable universe with coins. The precision required for the cosmological constant is like picking one specially marked coin from that pile while blindfolded on your first try. But that is just one constant. The strong nuclear force, which binds protons and neutrons in atomic nuclei, must fall within an incredibly narrow range. If it were 2% stronger, hydrogen would be too rare for stars to form. If it were 5% weaker, carbon and heavier elements could not exist, eliminating chemistry as we know it. The ratio of electromagnetic force to gravitational force must also be precise. If gravity were slightly stronger relative to electromagnetism, stars would burn out too quickly for life to evolve. If it were weaker, stars would never get hot enough to produce the heavy elements necessary for life. The list continues. The initial entropy of the universe, the neutron-to-proton mass ratio, the electron mass, the rate of stellar fusion, and dozens of other constants all appear fine-tuned. Change any of them beyond narrow parameters and you get a universe without complexity, without chemistry, without life. Martin Rees, the British astronomer and former president of the Royal Society, explores 6 such numbers in his book, Just 6 Numbers. He writes that these numbers seem remarkably fine-tuned for life, though he remains agnostic about what this means. Roger Penrose, the mathematical physicist and Nobel laureate, calculated that the probability of a universe with our level of order arising by chance is approximately 1 in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. He describes this number as so small it cannot be written with all the particles in the universe as digits. Paul Davies, the physicist and cosmologist, argues that these precise values demand explanation. He writes that the impression of design is overwhelming, even though he struggled with theological implications. Freeman Dyson, another eminent physicist, famously said, "The universe, in some sense, must have known we were coming." Robin Collins, a philosopher and physicist, formulates this as a formal argument. The fine-tuning is vastly more probable if God exists than if God does not exist. We observe fine-tuning. Therefore, fine-tuning provides strong evidence that God exists. This follows basic probability reasoning. Evidence supports whichever hypothesis makes that evidence more expected. The argument gains force from an important observation. These constants appear arbitrary. Unlike the speed of light in vacuum, which might be determined by the geometry of space-time, many constants seem like free parameters that could have been otherwise. The universe looks like it has dozens of knobs that could be set to any value, yet all are tuned to the narrow ranges that permit life. But critics offer a powerful alternative explanation, the multiverse. If countless universes exist with different physical constants, and if we can only observe the universe where we exist, then fine-tuning is not surprising. It is selection bias. We necessarily find ourselves in a life-permitting universe because we could not exist in any other type. Think of the lottery winner who exclaims, "What are the odds I would win?" The odds were astronomical, but someone had to win, and that winner is necessarily amazed. If trillions of universes exist, one of them will win the fine-tuning lottery, and we are in that one because we must be. The multiverse hypothesis is not mere speculation. Several serious physical theories predict multiple universes with varying constants. Eternal inflation theory suggests our Big Bang is one of countless Big Bangs in an eternally inflating cosmos. String theory, which attempts to unify quantum mechanics and general relativity, appears to have 10 to the power of 500 possible solutions, each potentially corresponding to a different universe with different physics. Defenders of fine-tuning respond with several counter-arguments. First, they argue the multiverse explanation itself requires fine-tuning. The mechanisms that generate universes, whether eternal inflation or quantum tunneling, themselves operate according to laws that must be specified. Why do those meta-laws have the right properties to generate universe-producing mechanisms? We have just pushed the fine-tuning up one level. Second, they invoke an analogy from John Leslie, a philosopher who has written extensively on this topic. Imagine you face that firing squad of 50 marksmen again. They fire and miss. Someone suggests, perhaps there are countless firing squads shooting countless people, and you simply happen to be in one where everyone missed. Would this explanation satisfy you, or would you still suspect the miss was intentional? Multiplying the number of trials does not eliminate the need for explanation, defenders argue. Third, the multiverse hypothesis seems to violate Occam's razor, the principle that we should not multiply entities beyond necessity. To explain one finely tuned universe, we posit trillions of unobservable universes. That seems extravagant compared to positing one designer. But critics respond that God is not simple. An omniscient, omnipotent, perfectly good being capable of creating universes is arguably more complex than the simple physical laws that might generate multiverses. William of Ockham himself, who formulated the principle of parsimony in the 14th century, was a Franciscan friar who believed in God, but he meant we should prefer explanations with fewer kinds of entities, and physical entities are arguably simpler than supernatural ones. Victor Stenger, a physicist and prominent atheist who passed away in 2014, challenged the entire premise of fine-tuning in his book The Fallacy of Fine-Tuning. He argued that many claimed fine-tunings are exaggerated or mistaken. Scientists often vary one constant while holding others fixed, but constants might be related such that changing one would naturally change others. Computer simulations suggest that habitable universes might exist across wider parameter ranges than typically claimed. Furthermore, Stenger argued, we assume life requires carbon-based chemistry, but perhaps other forms of complexity could arise with different physics. We are measuring fine-tuning for our specific type of life, not for complexity or consciousness in general. Defenders respond that Stenger's simulations are controversial, and that his broader parameter ranges still represent tiny fractions of possibility space. They also note that while we can imagine exotic life forms, we have no examples of life not based on chemistry, and chemistry requires specific conditions that most possible universes lack. The fine-tuning debate intersects with fundamental questions about probability and explanation. How do we assign probabilities to physical constants? If these values are truly arbitrary, should we use uniform probability distributions? But uniform according to which scale? Linear, logarithmic, or something else? Different choices yield different probability calculations, and we have no principled way to choose. Neil Manson and Michael Thrush edited a comprehensive academic volume on fine-tuning, collecting essays from leading proponents and critics. They note that after decades of debate, both sides have sophisticated responses to major objections, and neither side shows signs of conceding. The argument has reached a stalemate where additional progress requires breakthroughs in fundamental physics. There is also the question of what God would be fine-tuning for. Critics like Elliot Sober point out that if God can create any universe God wants, why would God create one where life barely manages to exist through fortunate constant values? Why not create a universe where life flourishes regardless of physical constants? The fine-tuning seems to suggest God is limited, required to work within physical laws rather than transcending them. Richard Swinburne, a prominent Christian philosopher, responds that God might value life emerging through natural law rather than through constant miraculous intervention. A universe governed by elegant mathematical laws that produce life naturally might be more beautiful and valuable than one requiring constant divine tinkering. The fine-tuning argument has affected how many scientists view their work. Francis Collins, who directed the Human Genome Project and currently heads the National Institutes of Health, cites fine-tuning as a major reason he became a Christian. Conversely, Steven Weinberg, who won the Nobel Prize for unifying electromagnetic and weak nuclear forces, saw fine-tuning as evidence for the multiverse rather than God. The argument also reveals how different intellectual communities prioritize evidence differently. To many physicists, postulating trillions of unobservable universes seems scientifically acceptable if it solves theoretical problems and emerges from existing theories. To many philosophers and theologians, this seems extravagant compared to theism. Which multiplication of unseen entities is more reasonable? Multiple universes or one cosmic mind? One fascinating development is that some theologians have embraced the multiverse while maintaining belief in God. They argue God might create multiverses as easily as single universes, and the mechanism matters less than the existence of a creator behind it all. This moves fine-tuning from evidence for God to evidence compatible with but not requiring God. So, where do we stand on fine-tuning? The precision of cosmic constants remains a well-established scientific fact. Whether this precision requires explanation, and whether that explanation should be God or multiverse or something else entirely, remains deeply contested. The debate fundamentally asks what we should consider a satisfying explanation and what we should accept as brute fact. Different philosophical intuitions about these meta-questions drive different conclusions about fine-tuning itself. Part 4. The Ontological Argument. When logic alone proves God. Most arguments for God start with observations about the world, motion, design, fine-tuning. They move from what we see to what must exist beyond the visible. The ontological argument is different and far stranger. It claims to prove God's existence through pure reason alone, without referencing anything in the physical world. It attempts to show that God's non-existence is logically impossible, as contradictory as a square circle. This argument has been called the most controversial proof in the history of philosophy. Some brilliant minds have found it utterly convincing, while others have dismissed it as obvious wordplay. What makes it fascinating is that after nearly 1,000 years, philosophers still cannot agree on whether it works or where exactly it fails. Anselm of Canterbury, an 11th century Benedictine monk, first formulated this argument in his work Proslogion. He began with the definition: God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. This definition captures something essential about God. If you can imagine something greater than what you are calling God, then you are not really thinking of God. Now, Anselm argued, even atheists understand this definition. When they say God does not exist, they understand what they are denying. So the concept of God exists in the understanding, at minimum. But something that exists in reality is greater than something that exists only in the understanding. A real $100 is greater than an imaginary $100. Here is where the argument becomes strange. If God existed only in the understanding, we could conceive of something greater, that same being actually existing in reality. But this contradicts our definition of God as that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Therefore, God must exist in reality, not merely in the understanding. Many readers encounter this argument and immediately sense something has gone wrong, but identifying exactly what proves difficult. The argument seems to conjure existence from mere definition, to think God into being through logic alone. Yet the structure appears valid. If the premises are true, the conclusion follows. So which premise should we reject? A monk named Gaunilo, Anselm's contemporary, offered a famous parody. He imagined the most perfect island conceivable, an island than which no greater island can be conceived. By Anselm's logic, this perfect island must exist in reality, because an actually existing perfect island is greater than a merely imaginary one. But this is absurd. We cannot prove islands exist through pure logic. Therefore, something must be wrong with Anselm's reasoning. Anselm responded that his argument applies only to God, to a being whose very nature is maximal perfection. Islands are contingent things that might or might not exist. But God, by definition, is necessary, a being that must exist. The argument exploits this unique property of the concept of God. For centuries, most philosophers rejected the ontological argument, but they could not agree on what was wrong with it. Then, in the 18th century, Immanuel Kant delivered what many considered the fatal blow. He argued that existence is not a predicate, not a property that something can have or lack, like being red or being heavy. When you say God is omnipotent, you are attributing a property to God. But when you say God exists, you are not attributing a property. You are saying that the concept of God corresponds to something in reality. Existence is not part of the definition of anything, it is a claim about whether that definition matches reality. Consider 100 real dollars versus 100 imaginary dollars. The concept is identical. Both are $100. The difference is not that real dollars have an extra property called existence. The difference is that one concept corresponds to something in your wallet and the other does not. Anselm's argument fails because it treats existence as a greatness-making property that can be included in definitions, but existence does not work that way. This critique seemed decisive to most philosophers for 200 years. But in 1974, Alvin Plantinga breathed new life into the ontological argument with a brilliant modal version using possible world semantics. This version requires understanding some technical philosophy, but it reveals something profound about existence and necessity. Plantinga defined God not as that than which nothing greater can be conceived, but more precisely as a maximally great being, a being that possesses maximal excellence in every possible world. Maximal excellence means having omniscience, omnipotence, and moral perfection. Now, a maximally great being must exist in all possible worlds, because existing in only some worlds would not be maximally great. Necessary existence is part of maximal greatness. Here is the argument. If it is even possible for a maximally great being to exist, meaning there is some possible world where such a being exists, then that being must exist in all possible worlds, including our actual world. Why? Because a maximally great being exists necessarily or not at all. Its existence cannot be contingent, cannot depend on which world happens to be actual. So, if God's existence is possible, God's existence is necessary. If God possibly exists, God actually exists. The argument shifts the debate from whether God exists to whether God's existence is possible. This seems more modest. Surely we can conceive of a maximally great being without logical contradiction. If so, then by Plantinga's logic, that being must exist. Critics responded in multiple ways. William Rowe pointed out that the argument proves too much. Consider a no-God world, a possible world containing no deities. If such a world is possible, then no God exists in that world. But if God exists necessarily, God exists in all possible worlds, including the no-God world, which is a contradiction. So, if a no-God world is possible, God does not exist. We now have two arguments. If God's existence is possible, God exists. If God's non-existence is possible, God does not exist. Both arguments are structurally similar. The ontological argument does not help us decide which possibility is the actual case. It just shows that God either necessarily exists or necessarily fails to exist, but we already knew that. Graham Oppy developed an extensive critique, arguing that the ontological argument assumes what it tries to prove. The premise that maximal greatness is possibly instantiated is equivalent to the conclusion that God exists. If you already believe God is possible, you will accept the premise. If you do not, you will reject it. The argument does not provide independent reason to believe the premise, so it cannot convince anyone not already convinced. Plantinga himself acknowledged this limitation. He said the argument does not prove God exists to skeptics, but it shows that belief in God is rationally acceptable. If you find the possibility of God plausible, then you are rationally entitled to believe God exists, because that possibility entails actuality. There are deeper worries about modal logic and possible worlds. Does it even make sense to quantify over all possible worlds? Are possible worlds real entities, as David Lewis argued, or are they just useful fictions? If merely fictions, can we really derive facts about actual existence from claims about possibility? Some philosophers argue that the ontological argument misunderstands modality itself. J.L. Mackie suggested that necessary existence might not be coherent. Everything that exists is a contingent fact about what happens to be the case. The only necessary truths are logical tautologies and mathematical truths, and these do not assert existence of concrete entities. Yet defenders respond that we routinely accept some necessary existence. Mathematical objects like numbers seem to exist necessarily if they exist at all. Logical truths exist necessarily. Why is a necessary being more problematic than necessary abstract objects? The ontological argument has an interesting relationship with faith and reason. Anselm called his work faith-seeking understanding. He already believed in God and wanted to understand that belief rationally. The argument was not meant to convince atheists, but to show believers that their faith was not irrational. This raises a question. If the argument works, why do intelligent atheists exist? Plantinga suggests that sin or human fallenness might blind people to obvious truths. Critics find this response question-begging. It assumes religious categories to explain why others reject religious arguments. The ontological argument reveals something important about rationality itself. We often believe our reasoning is objective, that valid arguments should convince anyone. But the ontological argument shows that even impeccable logic can fail to convince when disputants disagree about fundamental premises or concepts. The argument is either sound or it commits a subtle fallacy, but brilliant philosophers cannot agree which. Interestingly, some theologians reject the ontological argument even while believing in God. Aquinas rejected Anselm's version, arguing that we cannot know God's essence well enough to determine whether existence is part of it. Karl Barth, the influential 20th century theologian, argued that proving God through logic makes God subject to human reason, compromising divine transcendence. Others embrace the argument precisely because it elevates God above empirical investigation. God is not one more object in the universe whose existence is contingent on observational evidence. God exists necessarily or not at all, and reason alone can determine which. The argument also affects how we think about atheism. If the ontological argument succeeds, atheism is not merely false, but necessarily false, as incoherent as believing in square circles. Atheists would be denying something logically provable. This makes the stakes enormously high. Either theism is rationally mandatory, or the argument contains a subtle flaw that has eluded some brilliant minds. Where does this leave us? The ontological argument is either profound or sophistical, a demonstration that God's existence is logically necessary, or an elaborate confusion about what logic can prove. After 1,000 years, philosophers remain divided. The argument continues to generate academic papers, each side developing increasingly sophisticated versions and critiques. What we can say definitively is this: the ontological argument is not obviously wrong. If it were, philosophy would have moved on centuries ago. Its persistence suggests it touches on deep issues about existence, necessity, and the limits of reason. Whether it ultimately succeeds depends on technical questions in modal logic and philosophical semantics that remain contentious. Part 5. The moral argument. Where does right and wrong come from? A child watches another child take a toy and screams, "That's not fair." A stranger jumps into a river to save a drowning person they have never met. A community bands together to punish a murderer even when the victim has no family to seek justice. We condemn the Holocaust as evil, not just unfortunate or evolutionarily disadvantageous, but evil in some absolute sense. These experiences suggest that moral truth exists independently of human opinion. The moral argument asks, where does this objective morality come from? If moral values and duties are real features of the universe, they seem to require a lawgiver, a transcendent source of goodness. That source, the argument concludes, is God. C.S. Lewis, the 20th century writer and Christian apologist, made this argument famous in Mere Christianity. He noticed that when people argue, they appeal to standards of right and wrong, they assume the other person knows. You do not just say, "I dislike what you did." You say, "What you did was wrong," and you expect that claim to have force. This suggests morality is not personal preference, like ice cream flavors, but something objective, like mathematical truth. Lewis observed that all cultures have remarkably similar moral codes. All condemn murder, lying, theft, and betrayal within the community. All value courage, loyalty, and compassion. This universal moral law, Lewis argued, points to a universal moral lawgiver, just as natural laws point to a cosmic designer. William Lane Craig formulates the argument more precisely. First premise: if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. Second premise: objective moral values and duties do exist. Conclusion: therefore, God exists. The first premise claims that without God, morality reduces to human convention, evolutionary adaptation, or personal preference. None of these grounds objective moral truth. Social conventions vary across cultures. Some societies practiced human sacrifice, others considered it abhorrent. If morality is just convention, then neither practice is objectively wrong. They are just different customs. Evolution might explain why we have moral feelings, why we feel guilt or empathy. Natural selection favored cooperation, and moral instincts promote cooperation. But this only explains the origin of moral beliefs, not their truth. Evolution cares about survival and reproduction, not about righteousness. If evolution had favored different behaviors, we would have different moral intuitions, but that would not make them correct. The second premise asserts that some things really are right or wrong, regardless of human opinion. The Holocaust was objectively evil, even if the Nazis believed otherwise. Torturing children for fun is wrong, even if some future society practices it. These are not mere preferences, but moral facts. If both premises are true, God must exist as the ground of objective morality. God's nature, characterized by perfect goodness, provides the standard. God's commands provide moral duties, obligations to act in certain ways. Without God, we have no adequate foundation for objective moral truth. This argument resonates with many people's moral experience. When we say slavery is wrong, we mean something more than my culture currently disapproves. We mean slavery violates human dignity in a way that transcends cultural boundaries. This sense of absolute moral truth seems to require a transcendent source. But critics challenge both premises vigorously. Starting with the first premise, why does objective morality require God? Perhaps moral truths are like mathematical truths, objective facts that exist necessarily without depending on any mind, human or divine. Eric Wielenberg, a philosopher who has written extensively on atheistic moral realism, argues that moral properties can be brute facts. Just as electrons have negative charge as a fundamental property, persons might have intrinsic dignity and rights as fundamental properties. These moral facts do not float free. They supervene on natural facts, meaning any being with certain natural properties, like rational consciousness, automatically has moral properties like dignity. Defenders respond with the grounding objection. Mathematical truths might exist without minds because they do not make demands on us. But moral truths generate obligations. They tell us what we ought to do. How can abstract facts obligate us? Obligations seem to require an obligation giver, a person with authority to command. Furthermore, why should we expect moral properties to supervene on natural properties? Why should rationality confer dignity rather than, say, strength conferring authority? If this supervenience is just a brute fact, it seems suspiciously convenient, as if the universe is tailored for morality. Theism explains this. God designed the universe so that moral properties supervene on natural ones. Critics reply that theists face the same problem one level up. Why is God's nature good? If God's nature is good because it matches an independent standard of goodness, then that standard exists independently of God, and we do not need God for objective morality. If God's nature simply is goodness with no independent standard, then calling God good becomes empty, like saying bachelors are unmarried. This challenge traces back to Plato's dialogue Euthyphro, where Socrates asked, "Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good?" If the former, morality, seems arbitrary, God could have commanded cruelty and made it good. If the latter, goodness exists independently of God. Defenders usually take a middle path called divine nature theory. God does not create moral truths through arbitrary commands, nor do moral truths exist independently of God. Rather, God's essential nature is the good, and God's commands flow necessarily from that nature. God could not command cruelty because cruelty contradicts God's essentially loving nature. But critics ask whether this solves the problem or just relocates it. Why is God's nature good rather than evil? If there is no answer, if God's goodness is brute, then why not accept human dignity as brute? Both theories accept some moral facts as foundational and inexplicable. The second premise, that objective morality exists, faces challenges too. Error theorists like J.L. Mackie argue that objective morality does not exist. Moral language expresses emotions or social commands, not facts about reality. When we say murder is wrong, we are really saying murder, boo, or don't murder. Mackie argued that objective moral values would be metaphysically queer, unlike anything else in the universe. They would have to motivate action, providing reasons for behavior built into the fabric of reality. But the universe revealed by science contains only physical particles and forces, none of which have intrinsic moral properties. Furthermore, moral disagreement persists across cultures and history. While Lewis noted similarities, anthropologists have documented radical differences. Some cultures permit infanticide, others ban it absolutely. Some consider homosexuality abhorrent, others celebrate it. This persistent disagreement suggests morality is cultural rather than objective. Defenders respond that disagreement does not undermine objectivity. People disagree about science and history, but we do not conclude scientific or historical facts are subjective. Moral disagreement often stems from factual disagreements or reasoning errors, not from genuine diversity in basic moral principles. For example, cultures that practiced human sacrifice believed it was necessary to appease gods and prevent disasters. They valued human life but had false beliefs about how to protect it. The disagreement was factual, about whether gods exist and demand sacrifice, not about whether suffering and death are bad. There is also the question of moral progress. We look back at slavery, witch burnings, and subjugation of women, and judge these as moral improvements, not merely changes. But moral progress only makes sense if there is an objective standard by which to measure improvement. If morality is subjective, then past societies were not wrong by their standards, they just had different preferences. Critics counter that moral progress is real, but does not require objective morality. We can measure progress relative to shared values, like reducing suffering and expanding human flourishing. Societies that tortured heretics failed by their own values because torture does not protect truth or promote flourishing. The moral argument intersects with evolution and psychology. Research shows that moral intuitions emerge early in development and appear in all human cultures. Infants as young as 6 months prefer helpful agents over harmful ones in controlled experiments. This suggests morality has biological roots. But does evolutionary explanation debunk morality? Sharon Street, a philosopher specializing in evolutionary ethics, argues that it does. Evolution shaped our moral beliefs for reproductive success, not for truth. If evolutionary pressures had been different, our moral beliefs would be different. This means our moral beliefs are unreliable, not tracking moral truth, but tracking evolutionary fitness. Defenders like Alvin Plantinga argue that theism avoids this debunking problem. If God created both us and moral truth, God could ensure our moral faculties track moral reality. Evolution might be God's method of giving us reliable moral perception. But naturalism, which denies God, cannot explain why evolution would produce reliable moral beliefs when natural selection cares only about survival, not truth. Critics respond that evolution would favor some accurate moral beliefs because cooperation benefits survival. Societies with moral norms against murder, theft and betrayal function better than those without such norms. So evolution could produce reliable moral beliefs about cooperation even without God. The moral argument has significant cultural impact. Dostoevsky famously wrote, "If God does not exist, everything is permitted." This captures the intuition that without God, morality becomes arbitrary. Many people fear that losing religious faith means losing moral grounding. Yet prominent atheists like Kai Nielsen and Eric Wielenberg argue that morality not only survives without God, but improves. Religious morality sometimes endorses slavery, genocide, and oppression because holy books appear to command these things. Secular ethics, based on human well-being, provides clearer guidance. This raises the religious violence problem. If God grounds morality, why have religious people committed such atrocities throughout history? The Crusades, Inquisition, religious wars and terrorism often invoke God as justification. Defenders argue these actions violate religious teachings, that people distort religion for political ends. Critics counter that if God is supposed to ground clear moral truth, religious moral disagreement and violence are evidence against this grounding. In Islamic thought, the moral argument holds different weight. Some Islamic scholars embrace divine command theory strongly. Actions are right because God commands them. Others, particularly in the Mutazilite tradition, argue that reason can discover moral truths independently, though these truths ultimately flow from God. Where does the moral argument stand? It successfully identifies a puzzle. Our moral experience seems to point beyond human convention to something objective and transcendent. Whether that something must be God or could be naturalistic moral facts remains deeply contested. The argument forces naturalists to provide alternative accounts of moral truth, and it forces theists to explain why God-based morality has not produced greater moral consensus or behavior. Part 6. The argument from consciousness. How can matter think? Close your eyes and attend to your inner experience. Notice the redness of red you see in your mind, the felt quality of pain or pleasure, the sense of what it is like to be you. Philosophers call these phenomenal properties or qualia, the subjective first-person qualities of conscious experience. Now open your eyes and consider your physical body. Neurons firing, chemicals flowing, electrical signals propagating through brain tissue. The argument from consciousness asks, how can physical matter generate subjective experience? How does the brain produce the mind? This question has been called the hard problem of consciousness by philosopher David Chalmers. We can imagine explaining behavior, memory, attention, and information processing in purely physical terms. These are the easy problems, not because they are simple, but because we understand in principle how physical systems could accomplish these functions. But explaining subjective experience itself, the felt quality of being conscious, seems to require something beyond physical explanation. Thomas Nagel illustrated this with his famous paper, What is it like to be a bat? Bats navigate using echolocation, experiencing the world through reflected sound waves. We can describe the physical processes, the neural mechanisms, the functional role of echolocation in bat behavior, but we cannot capture what it feels like from the inside to be a bat experiencing sonar. That subjective perspective seems to escape objective physical description. The argument from consciousness takes several forms, but they share a common structure. Conscious experience has properties that physical things lack. Therefore, consciousness cannot be explained by physical things alone. Consciousness requires something more, and that something is best explained by God, a mind that created conscious minds. Consider pain. You can describe all the physical aspects, the activation of nociceptors, neural signals travelling to the brain, specific patterns of brain activation. But none of this description captures the felt quality of pain itself, the hurting. Someone could know all the physical facts about pain without ever having experienced pain, and they would still learn something new when they first felt it, what pain is like. Frank Jackson illustrated this with his famous thought experiment about Mary the colour scientist. Mary has lived her entire life in a black and white room, but has learned every physical fact about colour. Wavelengths of light, retinal responses, neural processing, everything physics and neuroscience can teach. Then one day she leaves the room and sees red for the first time. Does she learn something new? It seems obvious she does. She learns what red looks like, the subjective quality of redness. But if she already knew all the physical facts and she learns something new, then there must be non-physical facts about consciousness. Physical science cannot capture everything about conscious experience. J.P. Morland and William Lane Craig use this reasoning to argue for God. If consciousness involves non-physical properties, then materialism, the view that only physical things exist, is false. Some kind of dualism must be true. Minds are not identical to brains. But how did non-physical minds come to exist in a physical universe? The best explanation, they argue, is that a supreme non-physical mind, God, created physical reality and endowed some physical beings with consciousness. This argument gains force from the combination problem. Even if we accept that consciousness is non-physical, we face the question of how simple conscious experiences combine into complex ones. Your visual field contains countless points of colour, sounds blend together, sensations merge into unified awareness. How do these separate experiences combine into one unified consciousness? The combination problem plagues both materialist and dualist theories, but theists argue that a divine designer could solve it in ways that bottom-up physical processes cannot. However, the argument from consciousness faces serious challenges. First, many philosophers reject the hard problem entirely. Daniel Dennett argues that consciousness is not some mysterious extra ingredient, but simply what complex information processing feels like from the inside. There is no hard problem, only a confusion about what needs explaining. Dennett compares belief in irreducible consciousness to belief in magic. We mistakenly think something special happens, but when we understand the mechanisms, the mystery dissolves. The feeling that consciousness cannot be physical is a cognitive illusion, similar to how magic tricks seem impossible until you learn how they work. But critics respond that Dennett simply changes the subject. He explains cognitive functions, but not consciousness itself. Explaining how the brain processes information does not explain why that processing feels like anything at all. Dennett seems to be denying consciousness exists rather than explaining it. Second, the Mary thought experiment has generated enormous philosophical debate. Physicalists like Daniel Stoljar argue that Mary does not learn new facts. She just experiences old facts in a new way. Knowing about red and experiencing red are different modes of accessing the same physical facts. The distinction is epistemic, about how we know things, not metaphysical about what exists. Others argue that Mary gains new abilities or know-how rather than new knowledge of facts. She learns how to recognize red, how to imagine red, how to remember red experiences. These abilities are important, but do not require non-physical properties. Third, neuroscience continues to reveal tight correlations between brain states and conscious experiences. Specific neural patterns correspond to specific conscious states. Damage to particular brain regions eliminates particular aspects of consciousness. Visual cortex damage causes blindness. Hippocampus damage prevents new memory formation. Frontal lobe damage alters personality. These correlations suggest consciousness depends entirely on physical brain processes. Furthermore, we can induce specific conscious experiences by stimulating brain regions. Transcranial magnetic stimulation can create visual experiences, mood changes, even religious feelings. If consciousness were non-physical, why would physical interventions have such precise effects? Defenders respond that correlation does not prove identity. Even if every mental state correlates with a brain state, this does not mean the mental state is identical to the brain state. Perhaps the brain is a kind of receiver or transducer, translating non-physical consciousness into physical effects, like a radio converting electromagnetic waves into sound. Damaging the radio stops the music, but that does not mean the radio created the music. Critics find this analogy unconvincing. We have independent evidence for radio waves. We can detect them with instruments other than radios. We have no such independent evidence for non-physical consciousness. The receiver theory seems to be an ad hoc hypothesis designed to save dualism from neuroscientific evidence. There is also the question of animal consciousness. If consciousness requires a non-physical soul, when did souls first appear in evolutionary history? Do dogs have souls, insects, single-celled organisms? Where we draw the line seems arbitrary, but if consciousness gradually emerged through evolution, this suggests it is a physical property that comes in degrees rather than an all-or-nothing non-physical substance. Thomas Nagel, though sympathetic to the argument from consciousness, ultimately rejects theism as a solution. In his book Mind and Cosmos, he argues that materialism cannot explain consciousness, but that God does not help. Instead, he suggests we need a radically new science that treats consciousness as a fundamental feature of the universe alongside matter and energy. Consciousness might be built into the fabric of reality, emerging naturally when matter organizes in certain ways. This panpsychist view, that consciousness is ubiquitous in nature, has gained surprising support among some philosophers and scientists. Philip Goff argues that maybe electrons have primitive forms of consciousness, and complex consciousness emerges when these simple conscious entities combine. This avoids both eliminative materialism, which denies consciousness matters, and dualism, which separates mind and matter entirely. But panpsychism faces its own problems, particularly the combination problem mentioned earlier. How do many simple consciousnesses combine into one complex consciousness? When hydrogen and oxygen atoms combine to form water, the water has new properties like liquidity that individual atoms lack. But consciousness seems different. Combining unconscious parts never produces consciousness, so combining barely conscious parts, producing complex consciousness, seems equally mysterious. The argument from consciousness also intersects with artificial intelligence. As AI systems become more sophisticated, questions about machine consciousness arise. If consciousness is purely physical, then sufficiently complex computers might become conscious. If consciousness requires non-physical souls, then computers never will be conscious, no matter how sophisticated. This has practical implications. If future AI systems are conscious, they might deserve moral consideration, rights, protection from harm. The nature of consciousness becomes a pressing ethical question, not just an abstract philosophical puzzle. Defenders of the consciousness argument note that eliminative materialism, denying consciousness exists, leads to absurd conclusions. If consciousness is an illusion, then who is being fooled? Illusions are conscious experiences, so denying consciousness while claiming it is an illusion is self-contradictory. The one thing we know with absolute certainty is that we are conscious. Furthermore, if materialism cannot explain consciousness, then we have empirical evidence for something beyond the physical. Science should follow evidence wherever it leads, even to non-physical realities. Ruling out dualism because of materialist assumptions is unscientific if consciousness actually requires dualism. Critics respond that we should maintain materialist methodology until it definitively fails. Science has repeatedly explained phenomena that seemed inexplicable physically: lightning, life, heredity, disease. Consciousness might be similarly explained as neuroscience advances. Appealing to God prematurely stops scientific investigation. Where does the argument from consciousness stand? It successfully identifies a genuine puzzle that materialist science has not yet solved satisfactorily. Whether this puzzle requires God, awaits future neuroscience, demands new forms of naturalism like panpsychism, or reflects confusion about what needs explaining, remains deeply contested. The hard problem of consciousness remains hard, and its solution carries enormous implications for how we understand ourselves and our place in reality. Part 7. The argument from religious experience. Billions cannot be wrong? A woman kneels in prayer and feels overwhelming peace, a presence she describes as God's love. A man meditating experiences what he calls union with the divine, a dissolution of self into infinite consciousness. Throughout history, across every culture, billions of people have reported encounters with the sacred, experiences that transformed their lives and convinced them of spiritual reality. The argument from religious experience asks, should we not take these reports seriously as evidence for God? Unlike the previous arguments that rely on abstract reasoning, this argument starts from lived experience. For many believers, God's existence is not a hypothesis inferred from evidence, but a direct encounter, as real as seeing colours or hearing sounds. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, called these mystical experiences ineffable and noetic, impossible to fully describe, but carrying profound conviction of truth. Richard Swinburne formulates this as the principle of credulity. If something seems to be present to us, we should believe it is present unless we have positive reason to doubt it. When you see a table, you trust your perception unless you know you are dreaming or hallucinating. Experiences of God should receive the same trust we give ordinary perception. Millions of people report experiencing God, so we have enormous testimonial evidence for God's existence. Consider the variety and consistency of these experiences. Christian mystics describe encountering divine love. Islamic Sufis report union with Allah. Hindu practitioners experience identification with Brahman. Buddhist meditators achieve states of consciousness that transcend ordinary awareness. Despite cultural differences, these experiences share common features: a sense of unity, transcendence, peace, and encountering ultimate reality. Teresa of Avila, the 16th century Spanish mystic, described being pierced by an angel with a golden spear tipped with fire, leaving her ablaze with love of God. This was not metaphorical to her, but a genuine experience more real than physical sensation. Such testimonies, multiplied across centuries and cultures, constitute a massive body of experiential evidence for the divine. Moreover, these experiences transform lives in observable ways. People abandon addictions, find meaning in suffering, devote themselves to serving others, face death with peace. Paul, on the road to Damascus, went from persecuting Christians to becoming Christianity's greatest missionary, based on a vision of Jesus. Millions of conversion stories follow similar patterns: an encounter with God that radically reorients life. Alvin Plantinga developed a sophisticated version of this argument. He argues that if God exists, God would likely ensure that humans can know God directly, not just through arguments. Belief in God would function as properly basic, not requiring evidence, similar to how belief in other minds or the external world does not require evidence. We simply perceive God, and this perception is reliable if God designed us to perceive God. But the argument from religious experience faces devastating objections. First, religious experiences conflict. Christians encounter Jesus, Muslims encounter Allah, Hindus encounter Brahman, Mormons receive testimony that the Book of Mormon is true. These experiences lead to incompatible beliefs about God's nature, God's requirements, and religious truth. They cannot all be accurately perceiving ultimate reality if they contradict each other. Some defenders respond that different religious traditions perceive the same divine reality through different cultural lenses. John Hick argued for religious pluralism. The real, capital R, manifests differently across traditions, like how light appears different through different coloured filters. All major religions provide authentic but partial perspectives on transcendent reality. Critics object that this solution disrespects religious traditions themselves. Christianity claims Jesus is God incarnate. Islam denies this as blasphemy. These are not compatible perspectives on the same truth, but contradictory claims. Religious pluralism satisfies no one because it rejects each tradition's core claims. Second, we can explain religious experiences naturalistically. Neuroscience shows that stimulating specific brain regions produces mystical experiences, sensations of presence, feelings of unity, loss of self-boundaries. The God helmet, developed by Michael Persinger, uses magnetic fields to induce religious feeling experiences in experimental subjects. Psychedelic substances like psilocybin produce experiences indistinguishable from spontaneous mystical experiences. Research shows that meditation and prayer alter brain activity in predictable ways. Sustained attention, sensory deprivation, rhythmic movement, and hyperventilation all produce altered states that people interpret religiously. These findings suggest religious experiences arise from brain states, not from actual encounters with supernatural beings. Defenders respond that correlation does not refute causation in the right direction. If God exists and created our brains, God would use brain mechanisms to communicate with us. Finding neural correlates of religious experience no more disproves God than finding neural correlates of vision disproves that we see real objects. God might work through natural brain processes rather than bypassing them miraculously. Third, religious experiences seem too dependent on cultural conditioning. Christians see Mary and Jesus, never Hindu deities. Hindus encounter Shiva and Krishna, never Jesus. Muslims have visions of Muhammad. Buddhists achieve nirvana. These experiences match cultural expectations too perfectly to be perceptions of objective reality. Studies show that suggesting people will experience certain things increases their likelihood of experiencing them. Expectation shapes religious experience powerfully. This suggests these experiences are psychological constructions rather than perceptions of external reality. Defenders counter that culture affects how we interpret and describe experiences, but not necessarily whether they are veridical. You see tables regardless of whether your culture has a word for table, but culture affects how you categorize and describe what you see. Similarly, God might genuinely communicate with people across cultures, but they interpret and express these encounters using available cultural concepts. Fourth, many people never have religious experiences despite sincerely seeking them. Some pray for years, meditate for decades, pursue spiritual disciplines intensely, yet report nothing. If religious experiences reliably detect God's presence, why do sincere seekers often find nothing? Ordinary perception works consistently for everyone with functioning sensory organs, but religious perception seems arbitrary. Moreover, lack of religious experience should count as evidence against God just as much as having religious experience counts for God. If we trust the principle of credulity, then when God seems absent, we should believe God is absent. The epistemic principle works both directions. Defenders respond that relationship with God requires faith, openness, and proper conditions that many seekers lack. God does not force awareness on unwilling or unprepared minds. But critics reply that this sounds like special pleading. When experiences support theism, they count as evidence. When absence of experience contradicts theism, we blame the seeker. There is also the problem of negative religious experiences. Some people report encounters with demonic entities, overwhelming dread, sense of malevolent presence. Sleep paralysis often includes terrifying hallucinations of threatening figures. If we trust positive religious experiences, should we trust negative ones equally? Or do we pick and choose, accepting experiences that confirm our preferred beliefs while dismissing those that do not? The argument faces additional challenges from psychology of religion. Research shows that religious experiences correlate with personality traits, mental health conditions, and brain chemistry. People with temporal lobe epilepsy report intense religious experiences during seizures. Schizophrenics sometimes interpret their symptoms as divine communication. This does not mean all religious experiences reduce to pathology, but it suggests brain states play a primary role. Furthermore, the intensity of religious experience does not correlate with truth of religious belief. People report equally powerful experiences in support of contradictory doctrines. Jim Jones' followers reported powerful spiritual experiences while drinking poisoned Kool-Aid. Cult members of Heaven's Gate believed their experiences confirmed that a spaceship followed Comet Hale-Bopp. Sincerity and intensity do not guarantee accuracy. William Alston defended religious experience by comparing it to sense perception. Sense perception is also unreliable in various ways. We hallucinate, misperceive, get fooled by illusions. Yet we do not conclude that sense perception never provides knowledge. We develop methods for distinguishing reliable from unreliable perceptions, checking consistency, seeking corroboration, testing predictions. Religious communities do the same thing, Alston argued. They develop criteria for distinguishing genuine encounters with God from delusion, consistency with scripture and tradition, spiritual fruits like love and humility, confirmation by spiritual authorities. Religious experience, like sense experience, provides prima facie justification that can be overridden by countervailing evidence but should not be dismissed wholesale. Critics respond that religious traditions use circular reasoning. They validate experiences by checking consistency with beliefs derived from previous experiences, with no independent reality check. Sense perception has such a check. We can verify perceptions using instruments, multiple observers, and interventions. Religious experience lacks these validation methods. The argument from religious experience has particular significance for Christian faith. Christianity emphasizes personal relationship with God, not just intellectual assent to doctrines. For many Christians, arguments for God matter less than direct encounter with Christ. Paul wrote that the same Spirit that raised Jesus testifies in believers' hearts, providing assurance independent of evidence. This creates a tension. If religious experience provides certainty, why do Christians disagree about so much? Catholics and Protestants both claim the Holy Spirit's guidance, yet reach different conclusions about church authority, sacraments, and salvation. Pentecostals emphasize experiential spirituality more than any other Christian tradition, yet fracture into countless denominations. If the Spirit provides clear guidance, why such divergence among those claiming to experience it? Where does the argument from religious experience stand? For those who have had profound religious experiences, no argument is needed, and no argument will convince them otherwise. For those who have not, the argument seems like evidence that brains produce experiences people interpret according to cultural conditioning. The argument cannot bridge this divide, because disputants start from different experiential starting points that shape how they evaluate all other evidence. Part 8. The Argument from Miracles. When nature's laws break down. In first-century Judea, a man named Lazarus died and was buried for 4 days. Then Jesus called him forth from the tomb, and Lazarus walked out alive. Billions of Christians believe this actually happened, that Jesus supernaturally reversed death itself. The argument from miracles claims that such events, if they occur, demonstrate God's existence and action in the world. A miracle is typically defined as a violation of natural law by supernatural intervention. Natural laws describe regular patterns. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, objects fall when dropped, dead organisms do not revive. Miracles break these patterns through God's power. Water turns to wine without fermentation. A man walks on water without sinking. Diseases heal instantly without medical treatment. If genuine miracles occur, they seem to require a miracle worker, God. The argument has two versions, philosophical and historical. The philosophical version argues that miracles are possible, and if they occurred, would prove God's existence. The historical version examines specific miracle claims, particularly Jesus' resurrection, and argues the evidence supports that they actually happened. William Lane Craig champions the historical version focused on Jesus' resurrection. He argues that historical facts are best explained by Jesus actually rising from the dead. After crucifixion, Jesus' tomb was found empty. Multiple individuals and groups reported seeing Jesus alive afterward. The disciples, who were disillusioned and afraid after Jesus' death, suddenly became bold proclaimers willing to die for their beliefs. Christianity exploded into existence in the very city where Jesus died, where hostile authorities could have produced his body to disprove resurrection claims, but never did. Craig argues that naturalistic explanations fail to account for these facts together. The disciples did not hallucinate because hallucinations are private experiences, yet multiple people saw Jesus simultaneously. They did not steal the body because Roman guards secured the tomb, and disciples who knew they perpetrated a hoax would not die for it. The authorities did not move the body because they wanted to prevent resurrection beliefs, not enable them. The resurrection, Craig concludes, is the best explanation for the evidence. If Jesus rose from the dead, this validates his claims to divinity and proves God exists. Similar arguments appear for other miracles. Catholics point to Marian apparitions witnessed by multiple people simultaneously. The miracle of the sun at Fatima in 1917 involved 70,000 people reportedly seeing the sun dance in the sky and plunge toward Earth. Medical miracles at Lourdes are investigated by a commission that has verified dozens of healings with no medical explanation. Tumours vanishing overnight, paralytics walking, blind people seeing. Contemporary healing claims proliferate in Pentecostal Christianity. People report cancers disappearing, deaf ears opening, paralysis ending, all attributed to prayer. While most such claims lack rigorous verification, occasional cases receive medical documentation. The argument's power lies in eyewitness testimony and multiple attestation. If one person reports a miracle, we might dismiss it as delusion or fraud. But when multiple independent sources report the same event, dismissal becomes harder. The resurrection appears in multiple New Testament documents written within decades of Jesus' death, before legendary development typically occurs. Furthermore, the disciples' transformation demands explanation. Peter denied Jesus 3 times out of fear, yet weeks later boldly proclaimed Jesus' resurrection to hostile crowds. James, Jesus' brother, was skeptical during Jesus' lifetime, but became a church leader after claiming to see the risen Jesus. Paul persecuted Christians until an experience he interpreted as encountering the risen Christ converted him into Christianity's greatest missionary. What caused these transformations? The disciples believed they witnessed something extraordinary, extraordinary enough to risk their lives proclaiming it. Either they were right, or something made them sincerely believe they were right. Both possibilities deserve serious consideration. However, the argument for miracles faces severe challenges that date back centuries. David Hume, the 18th century Scottish philosopher, delivered what many consider the definitive critique in his essay of miracles. Hume argued that miracles are by definition the least probable events possible because they violate laws of nature, which are established by uniform human experience. We have countless observations that dead people stay dead, that water does not turn into wine spontaneously, that people cannot walk on water. These observations establish natural laws as extremely probable. Miracles contradict these laws, making them extremely improbable. Now consider testimony for miracles. Testimony is also fallible. People misperceive, misremember, exaggerate, and lie. When weighing testimony for an event against the probability of that event, we must consider which is less likely, that the testimony is mistaken or that nature's laws were violated. Given nature's laws are established by vast uniform experience, testimony being mistaken is always more probable than a genuine miracle occurring. Therefore, Hume concluded, no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony's falsehood would be more miraculous than the event it attests. Since false testimony happens regularly, but miracles do not, we should always reject miracle claims. Hume added practical considerations. Miracle reports come predominantly from ancient, ignorant, superstitious peoples. Modern educated societies report fewer miracles, suggesting increased knowledge reduces miracle beliefs. Furthermore, miracles from different religions contradict each other. If Jesus' miracles prove Christianity, do Muhammad's miracles prove Islam? They cannot both be right if their doctrines contradict, yet the evidence quality is comparable. This cancels out, leaving no miracle claims established. Defenders of miracles respond that Hume begs the question. He assumes uniform experience against miracles, but that is exactly what is disputed. Many people claim to experience miracles, so experience is not uniform. Hume excludes miracle testimony from experience while using that truncated experience to evaluate miracle testimony, which is circular reasoning. Furthermore, Hume conflates two different probability questions. We must consider not just the abstract probability of a miracle occurring by chance, but the probability given all the evidence, including testimony. If we have strong testimony that something happened, this raises its probability considerably. We routinely believe unlikely events based on good testimony. Lottery winners, rare coincidences, freak accidents. John Earman, a philosopher of science, wrote a detailed critique of Hume called Hume's Abject Failure. He argues that Hume's probabilistic reasoning is mathematically flawed. Bayes' theorem, the correct way to update probabilities based on evidence, shows that sufficiently strong evidence can overcome even highly improbable priors. If testimony is reliable enough, it can establish miracle claims despite their initial improbability. But critics counter that testimony for miracles is never sufficiently reliable. Bart Ehrman, a New Testament scholar and former evangelical Christian, argues that historical methods cannot establish miraculous claims. Historians determine what probably happened based on analogy with present experience and recurring patterns. Miracles, by definition, do not recur, so historical methods cannot confirm them. Furthermore, alternative explanations always exist for testimony. People could be mistaken about what they saw. Memory could distort events over time. Stories could grow in the telling, or witnesses could deliberately fabricate. These naturalistic explanations, while perhaps improbable for any specific case, are still more probable than actual miracles, because naturalistic processes happen while miracles do not. The resurrection specifically faces additional challenges. We have no first-hand accounts, only documents written decades later by believers trying to convert others. Paul's letters, the earliest New Testament documents, describe resurrection appearances but provide no details about the empty tomb. The Gospel accounts contradict each other on crucial details: who went to the tomb, what they saw, where Jesus appeared, what he said. These contradictions suggest legendary development rather than reliable historical reporting. The resurrection narratives likely grew more elaborate over time, as happens with many historical claims. What began as subjective visions or experiences of Jesus' continued presence became transformed into claims about physical resurrection. Furthermore, religious movements commonly emerge from small groups claiming foundational miracles. Mormonism began with Joseph Smith claiming an angel showed him golden plates. Islam began with Muhammad claiming the angel Gabriel revealed the Quran. Cargo cults in the Pacific Islands developed around beliefs in supernatural events. We do not accept these miracle claims, so why accept Christian ones? Defenders argue that Christianity is different because it emerged in a hostile environment where authorities could have easily disproved it. Producing Jesus' body would have killed Christianity instantly, yet they never did. Also, disciples died for their beliefs, and while people die for false beliefs they think are true, people do not die for beliefs they know are false. If disciples invented the resurrection, they would have recanted when facing execution. Critics respond that we do not actually know how disciples died, that later martyrdom accounts are themselves legendary. The New Testament does not describe disciple martyrdoms except James by Herod Agrippa. Traditions about Peter being crucified upside down or Thomas reaching India come from documents written centuries later. These cannot be trusted as historical evidence. Moreover, people do sometimes die for known falsehoods. Conspirators protecting loved ones, political prisoners maintaining cover stories, con artists unwilling to admit fraud. While unusual, it happens, making it more probable than miracles. The medical miracles at Lourdes face similar scrutiny. The Lourdes Medical Bureau verifies only a tiny fraction of claimed healings. Spontaneous remissions occur naturally with cancer and other diseases, and faith-healing environments might trigger placebo responses that accelerate recovery. Without controlled studies, we cannot distinguish miraculous healing from natural healing accelerated by psychological factors. The Fatima sun miracle has naturalistic explanations. Mass hallucination, unusual atmospheric effects, and subjective interpretation of ordinary solar phenomena could account for what people reported. Not everyone present saw anything unusual, and photographs from that day show no solar abnormalities. The sun moving or plunging toward Earth would have caused global catastrophe, yet only observers at Fatima reported it. The argument from miracles also faces theological problems. If God performs miracles, why so selectively? Why heal some people at Lourdes, but let millions die from treatable diseases? Why appear to 70,000 at Fatima, but remain hidden from billions of skeptics? The distribution of miracles seems arbitrary, inconsistent with an all-powerful, all-loving God who wants all people to believe. Defenders respond that God has reasons we may not understand for performing some miracles, but not others. Perhaps God values faith, developed through struggle, more than faith forced by overwhelming evidence. Perhaps miracles serve specific purposes in specific contexts that we cannot discern from our limited perspective. Critics reply that this makes miracles unfalsifiable. Any pattern of miracle occurrence is compatible with God's mysterious purposes. If we cannot specify when God would or would not perform miracles, then miracle claims explain nothing and predict nothing, making them scientifically vacuous. Where does the argument from miracles stand? For believers, miracles confirm faith and demonstrate God's active involvement in the world. For skeptics, miracle claims demonstrate human credulity and the power of religious belief to distort perception and memory. The evidence admits multiple interpretations, and background assumptions about God's existence and natural law determine which interpretation seems most plausible. Part 9. Pascal's wager, betting on eternity. Imagine someone offers you a wager. If you bet your life savings on heads and the coin comes up heads, you win $1 trillion. If it comes up tails, you lose your bet. Should you take this wager? Most people would, even if the coin flip seems uncertain, because the potential payoff vastly exceeds the cost. Pascal's wager applies similar logic to believing in God. Even if God's existence is uncertain, believing offers infinite payoff while the cost is finite, making belief the rational choice. Blaise Pascal, the 17th-century French mathematician and philosopher, developed this argument not as a proof that God exists, but as a practical reason to believe. He admitted we cannot know through reason whether God exists. God is infinitely incomprehensible. The finite cannot grasp the infinite. Yet we must choose. We cannot simply remain neutral because how we live inevitably expresses a choice for or against God. Here is the wager in its simplest form. If you believe in God and God exists, you gain infinite happiness in heaven. If you believe in God and God does not exist, you lose finite earthly pleasures. If you disbelieve and God exists, you face infinite suffering in hell. If you disbelieve and God does not exist, you gain finite earthly pleasures. Now do the math, Pascal argued. Infinite gain multiplied by even tiny probability vastly outweighs any finite loss. Even if God's existence seems improbable, say 1% or 1 in a million, the expected value of believing remains infinite. Mathematically, the rational choice is clear. Believe in God. This argument differs fundamentally from the previous ones. It does not try to prove God exists or provide evidence for God. Gap. 1s. Instead, it argues that believing serves your self-interest regardless of the evidence. It is pragmatic. Believe because belief benefits you, not because you know it is true. Pascal's wager has influenced countless people throughout history. Many find it a compelling reason to take religious faith seriously, to investigate Christianity, to attend church and read scripture. The argument acknowledges uncertainty while providing a decision framework for acting under uncertainty. But the wager faces severe objections that have occupied philosophers for centuries. First, the many gods objection. Which God should you believe in? Christianity promises heaven for believers, but Islam promises paradise for Muslims and threatens Christians with hellfire. Hinduism offers moksha through understanding Brahman, rejecting personal deity worship as incomplete. These religions make mutually exclusive claims, yet each threatens infinite punishment for wrong belief. You cannot believe in all of them because they contradict each other. So Pascal's wager does not point to Christianity specifically, but to an entire class of infinite payoff bets. You might choose Christianity and face Allah's judgment for shirk, the unforgivable sin of attributing partners to God. Or choose Islam and face Christian hell for rejecting Jesus as Saviour. Defenders respond that we should investigate religions and choose the most plausible one, then wager on that. Evidence and argument can narrow the field even if they cannot prove any religion with certainty. But critics counter that if evidence favours one religion, you do not need the wager. If evidence does not favour any, the wager provides no guidance for which to choose. Second, the problem of insincerity. Can you simply decide to believe for pragmatic reasons? Belief is not usually voluntary, not something you can choose, like what shirt to wear. You either find something convincing or you do not. Deciding to believe in God because the wager makes it rational does not produce genuine belief. Furthermore, if God exists, would God reward calculated self-interested belief? God supposedly values faith, love, and sincere devotion, not cost-benefit analysis. Believing solely to avoid hell seems like the wrong kind of motivation, mercenary rather than faithful. Pascal anticipated this objection. He admitted you cannot simply will yourself to believe, but you can act as if you believe until genuine belief develops. Go to church, pray, participate in rituals, read scripture, immerse yourself in religious community. Over time, these practices will cultivate genuine faith. You can change your psychological state gradually through repeated actions, even if immediate belief is impossible. Critics find this response troubling. Pascal seems to be recommending self-indoctrination, deliberately clouding your judgment through repetitive practice until you cannot think clearly about the question. This seems like intellectual dishonesty rather than honest truth-seeking. Third, the finite cost objection. Is the cost of religious belief really finite? Religion requires time, money, and effort. Attending services, following moral rules, abstaining from pleasures, donating to churches. Religion also affects major life decisions: whom you marry, how you raise children, what career you pursue, how you relate to non-believers. These costs extend throughout your finite life, potentially making you miserable if the religion is false. Moreover, religion might cost you truth itself. If you cultivate false beliefs deliberately, you damage your capacity for rational thought. You teach yourself that pragmatism trumps evidence, that believing what serves you matters more than believing what is true. This intellectual corruption might count as infinite cost, not finite. Defenders respond that a life with God, if God exists, is infinitely better than life without God, even in this world. Religious community provides support, meaning, purpose, and moral framework that enrich life measurably. So even the finite costs might be outweighed by finite benefits before considering infinite afterlife payoffs. Fourth, the assumption of infinite stakes. Should we accept that heaven and hell involve infinite happiness and suffering? Infinity is not just a very large number, but something categorically different, larger than any finite number, however vast. Do theological concepts of afterlife really involve such literal infinities? Some theologians describe heaven and hell as qualitative states rather than quantitative durations. Relationship with God versus separation from God. If heaven is not literally infinite happiness, but rather the best possible finite existence, the wager's mathematics break down. Finite rewards and punishments can be compared and balanced against finite costs and benefits in this life. Fifth, the problem of mixed strategies. What if God rewards honest doubt more than calculated belief? Perhaps God values intellectual integrity, honest admission that evidence is insufficient, more than self-interested belief adopted through fear of hell. Some theologians argue that God reveals God's self to honest seekers regardless of initial belief, making sincere doubt more valuable than insincere belief. If this version of God exists, the wager backfires. Believing for pragmatic reasons offends God more than honest unbelief. The wager assumes a specific conception of God, one who rewards belief and punishes unbelief regardless of how that belief is formed. But why should we accept that conception over alternatives? Sixth, the problem of improbability. Does assigning even tiny probability to God's existence make sense? To calculate expected value, we multiply payoff by probability. Infinity times any positive probability yields infinity, so the wager works even with vanishingly small probability. But should we assign positive probability to God at all? Some philosophers argue that certain propositions are not merely improbable, but impossible or incoherent, deserving probability 0. If God's existence is logically contradictory like square circles, then multiplying infinity by 0 yields undefined results, not infinite expected value. Defenders respond that God's existence is at least possible, not logically contradictory, so some positive probability is warranted. But critics counter that many formulations of God are incoherent. Omniscience and free will, perfect justice and perfect mercy, immutability and responding to prayers. Until these contradictions are resolved, probability 0 might be appropriate. Furthermore, we face infinite payoff wagers in non-religious contexts too. Consider Pascal's mugging. Someone claims to be from the future with technology to create infinite happiness for you if you give them $5. The wager's logic suggests you should pay, but intuitively this seems absurd. The absurdity suggests something wrong with using infinite payoffs in decision theory. Modern decision theory struggles with infinities. If multiple actions promise infinite payoffs or multiple outcomes involve infinite utilities, standard expected utility calculations break down. We need new frameworks for infinite cases, and those frameworks might not support the wager's conclusion. The wager also affects how we think about religious epistemology. If pragmatic arguments for belief succeed, then religious belief might be rationally justified even without evidence. This challenges the assumption that belief requires proportioning confidence to evidence, but it also threatens rationality. If we can believe anything with sufficient pragmatic payoff, truth becomes irrelevant to justified belief. Where does Pascal's wager stand? It highlights genuine questions about decision-making under uncertainty and the role of self-interest in forming beliefs. But it fails to identify which God to believe in, assumes questionable premises about afterlife stakes, and recommends what many consider intellectual dishonesty. The argument works better as a conversation starter than as a definitive reason to believe, pushing us to consider what is at stake in religious questions, even if it cannot answer those questions definitively. Part 10. The Problem of Evil. If God is good, why does bad exist? A child is diagnosed with bone cancer at age 4. Parasitic worms burrow through her eyes, slowly blinding her while causing excruciating pain. Her parents pray desperately, but she dies after months of agony. If an omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly good God exists, why does such horror happen? This is the problem of evil, perhaps the most emotionally powerful argument against God's existence. It begins not with abstract philosophy, but with the undeniable reality of suffering that fills our world. Children starve, earthquakes crush thousands, diseases torture, genocide slaughter, animals tear each other apart for survival. How can a good God allow this? The problem comes in two forms, logical and evidential. The logical problem claims that God's existence and evil's existence are flatly contradictory, that they cannot both be true. The evidential problem admits they might be compatible, but argues that the amount and type of evil we observe makes God's existence highly improbable. J.L. Mackie formulated the logical problem precisely. God is omnipotent, meaning God can do anything logically possible. God is omniscient, meaning God knows everything including future events. God is perfectly good, meaning God always prevents evil when possible. Yet evil exists. These statements cannot all be true simultaneously, so at least one must be false. If God is omnipotent, God could prevent all evil. If God is omniscient, God knows about all evil. If God is perfectly good, God wants to prevent evil. But evil exists, so either God cannot prevent it, meaning God is not omnipotent. God does not know about it, meaning God is not omniscient, or God does not want to prevent it, meaning God is not perfectly good. This argument has tremendous force. It uses logic alone to derive a contradiction from standard theological claims. If sound, it proves atheism through pure reasoning without requiring any empirical evidence beyond the obvious fact that evil exists. But most philosophers now consider the logical problem solved, not by atheists, but by theists. Alvin Plantinga developed the free will defense in the 1970s, showing that God's existence and evil's existence are logically compatible. He argued that God could not create free creatures who always choose good, because free choice entails the possibility of choosing evil. God could make automatons who mechanically do good, but these would not be genuinely free moral agents. Now, a world containing free creatures who sometimes choose good is more valuable than a world without freedom at all. So God was justified in creating free creatures, even knowing they would sometimes choose evil. The evil results from creaturely freedom, not from God's malevolence or impotence. Plantinga emphasized that this defense need not be true or even probable, only logically possible. If there is any possible world where God and evil coexist without contradiction, then the logical problem fails. His free will defense provides such a possibility, therefore God and evil are compatible. Most philosophers, even atheists, accept that Plantinga solved the logical problem. William Rowe, a prominent atheist philosopher, acknowledged that the logical problem failed. But Rowe and others argue that the evidential problem remains devastating. The evidential problem points to gratuitous evil, suffering that serves no good purpose. Even granting that some evil enables greater goods, like moral development through overcoming adversity, much evil seems pointless. The child dying slowly of bone cancer does not become more virtuous through her suffering. She just suffers and dies. Her parents do not grow morally, they are traumatized and broken. What good could justify this? Rowe imagined a fawn trapped in a forest fire, burning slowly to death over days, with no humans present to witness or learn from its agony. This suffering seems gratuitous, serving no purpose that an omnipotent God could not achieve without it. If we can identify even one instance of genuinely pointless suffering, this proves no omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly good God exists, because such a God would prevent it. Defenders respond with theodicies, explanations for why God permits specific types of evil. The soul-making theodicy, developed by John Hick, argues that this world is designed for spiritual development. Virtues like courage, compassion, and perseverance require real challenges to develop. You cannot learn bravery without danger, generosity without need, forgiveness without offense. God created a world with sufficient hardship to enable moral and spiritual growth. But critics ask, could God not achieve soul-making with less extreme evil? Why childhood cancer instead of just playground bullying? Why the Holocaust instead of just mild interpersonal conflicts? The amount of evil seems to vastly exceed what is needed for spiritual development. Furthermore, much evil destroys souls rather than making them. People become bitter, cruel, and broken by suffering. If this world is for soul-making, it fails catastrophically for millions whose lives are cut short or ruined by evil before they can develop spiritually. Another theodicy blames natural evil, like earthquakes and disease, on natural laws. God created a universe governed by regular natural laws, and these laws inevitably produce some harmful effects. Plate tectonics causes earthquakes, but also creates mountains and fertile soil. The same physics that allows throwing baseballs also allows throwing rocks that injure. God could not eliminate natural evil without eliminating the regular natural order that makes science, prediction, and rational action possible. But critics respond that an omnipotent God could certainly create natural laws with better outcomes. Why make bacteria that cause horrific diseases? Why make parasites that blind children? An intelligent designer could create a natural world that sustains life without such cruel mechanisms. The skeptical theist response argues that we should not expect to understand God's reasons for permitting evil. God's knowledge vastly exceeds ours. God sees connections and consequences we cannot fathom. What seems pointless to us might serve purposes we are incapable of grasping, like how infants cannot understand why parents allow painful vaccinations. Perhaps the fawn's suffering prevents greater evils we cannot see, or enables goods in distant places or future times that we cannot imagine. Our inability to identify the purpose does not mean no purpose exists. We should suspend judgment about whether evil is truly gratuitous because we lack God's perspective. Critics find this response deeply troubling. It seems to abandon rational engagement with the problem. If we cannot judge whether observable evil is gratuitous, then we cannot judge anything about God's moral character. The same reasoning that excuses evil could excuse anything. God has mysterious reasons for permitting child abuse, genocide, torture. This makes God's goodness vacuous, compatible with literally any observation. Furthermore, if we cannot assess whether evil is gratuitous, we equally cannot assess whether good is genuinely good. Perhaps apparent goods actually serve evil purposes we cannot understand. Skeptical theism, if taken seriously, undermines all moral knowledge, not just judgment about evil. There is also the problem of horrendous evil, suffering so terrible it seems to ruin victims' lives beyond redemption. Marilyn Adams, a Christian philosopher, grapples with this by arguing that God must provide afterlife compensation that defeats horrendous evil, making victims glad they existed despite their suffering. Union with God in eternity will be so wonderful that even the worst horrors will be integrated into overall good lives. But critics object that this still involves God using people as means to ends, allowing them to suffer horribly for greater purposes. This violates the Kantian principle that persons should be treated as ends in themselves, never merely as means. Even if victims are compensated, the compensation does not justify allowing the horror in the first place. The problem of animal suffering deserves special attention. Animals suffered for millions of years before humans existed. Carnivores tore apart prey, parasites infected hosts, injury and disease caused agony. This cannot be blamed on human free will, nor can it be justified as enabling moral development for animals who lack moral agency. Animal suffering seems purely gratuitous, yet God supposedly created predation, parasitism and disease as features of the natural world. Defenders sometimes appeal to the fall narrative from Genesis, arguing that animal suffering resulted from human sin corrupting creation. But this contradicts evolutionary history, which shows predation existing hundreds of millions of years before humans. Dinosaurs were tearing each other apart long before Adam and Eve allegedly existed. Theistic evolution cannot blame animal suffering on the fall unless the fall somehow retroactively corrupted the past, which seems incoherent. Others suggest animals do not really suffer because they lack self-awareness or anticipation of future pain. Their pain is merely mechanical, lacking the psychological dimension that makes human suffering truly awful. But this seems like wishful thinking contradicted by evidence. Animals exhibit clear signs of suffering. they vocalize distress, avoid pain sources, show physiological stress responses, and modify behavior to prevent future pain. Evolution likely gave animals genuine suffering because feeling pain motivates avoiding injury. Creatures with merely mechanical pain responses would be outcompeted by creatures who genuinely fear and hate pain. The distribution of suffering also raises questions. If suffering enables growth, why do some suffer enormously while others hardly at all? Some children grow up in comfort with loving families, good health, and opportunities. Others are born into war zones, abused, disease-ridden, dying before they can develop morally. This distribution seems random, not designed for optimal soul-making. An omnipotent God could distribute suffering more equitably if it were necessary for development. Furthermore, there is the problem of divine hiddenness, which we will explore more fully later, but it intersects with evil. God could reduce suffering by clearly revealing divine existence and purposes, giving people information to understand and cope with hardship. Instead, God remains hidden, letting people suffer in confusion, uncertainty, and often losing faith because of that suffering. This seems cruel, allowing terrible suffering while withholding comfort that revelation would provide. Some defenders argue that a world without evil would be a world without goodness too. Good and evil are interdependent. You cannot have courage without danger, compassion without suffering to relieve, justice without injustice to correct. Therefore, evil is metaphysically necessary for good, and God cannot create a world with good but no evil. Critics respond that this proves too much. If evil is necessary for good, then reducing evil reduces good. So we should not prevent murder, disease, or any evil, because doing so eliminates opportunities for virtue. But this is absurd. Clearly, we should prevent evil when possible. If we can prevent some evil without eliminating all good, then God could too. The argument shows at most that some evil is necessary, not the extreme amounts we observe. The problem of evil has destroyed faith for countless people throughout history. Charles Darwin lost his Christian faith partly because of his daughter Annie's death from illness at age 10. He wrote in his autobiography that he could not believe a beneficent God would deliberately create parasitic wasps that lay eggs inside living caterpillars, allowing larvae to eat the caterpillar alive from inside. This brutal design contradicted divine benevolence. Rabbi Harold Kushner wrote, "When bad things happened to good people after his son died from progeria, a disease causing rapid aging." Kushner concluded that God is not omnipotent, that God wants to help but cannot always prevent evil. This preserves God's goodness while explaining evil, but it abandons traditional theism's claim that God can do anything. The problem also reveals tensions in religious responses to suffering. Religious people often say God has a plan, or everything happens for a reason when trying to comfort sufferers. But this implies God deliberately caused or allowed the suffering as part of a plan, which seems to make God responsible for evil. Alternatively, saying God is testing you or God is teaching you treats God as willing to cause suffering for educational purposes, which seems morally problematic. Some theologians embrace mystery, acknowledging they cannot explain evil but maintaining faith anyway. They point to biblical figures like Job, who suffered horribly without receiving explanations but continued trusting God. Faith means trusting God despite not understanding, not requiring rational explanations for everything. But critics argue this amounts to blind faith, believing despite evidence rather than because of it. If evil counts as evidence for God when interpreted as soul-making or mysterious purposes, why does it not count as evidence against God when it seems gratuitous? Special pleading allows theists to claim everything confirms their beliefs while nothing refutes them. Process theology offers a radical solution by reconceiving God's power. God does not coerce, but persuades, guiding creation toward good without controlling it. God shares in creation's suffering rather than standing apart from it. Evil results from creation's freedom and chaos, not from God's will or permission. This makes evil genuinely against God's wishes while explaining why God does not prevent it. God cannot coerce without violating the nature of reality. Critics object that this God seems too weak to worship, unable to protect creation from horrors. If God cannot prevent evil, why call this being God? Traditional theism insists God is omnipotent, and abandoning omnipotence abandons a central divine attribute. The problem of evil remains the most emotionally and intellectually challenging aspect of belief in God. No theodicy satisfies everyone, and many believers admit they have no good answer but continue believing for other reasons. The problem forces theists to either modify claims about God's attributes, accept mysterious divine purposes they cannot understand, or acknowledge that evil provides genuine evidence against God's existence that must be outweighed by other considerations. For many atheists, the problem of evil alone is sufficient to reject God, making all arguments for God's existence irrelevant, because an evil-filled world contradicts the God those arguments allegedly prove. Part 11. The Problem of Divine Hiddenness. Where is God when we search? A woman kneels by her bed every night for 30 years, praying for God to reveal himself. She reads scripture, attends church, seeks spiritual direction, and desperately wants to believe. Yet she feels nothing, hears nothing, experiences nothing that seems divine. She remains unconvinced despite her sincere seeking. If God exists and desires relationship with humans, why does God remain hidden from sincere seekers? This is the problem of divine hiddenness, and it differs from the problem of evil. Evil asks why a good God permits suffering. Hiddenness asks why a loving God fails to reveal himself clearly to those who genuinely seek him. If God wants people to believe and relationship with God provides supreme fulfillment, why make belief so difficult? J. L. Schellenberg developed the most sophisticated version of this argument. He starts with a reasonable assumption. If a perfectly loving God exists, that God would want loving relationship with created persons. Love seeks relationship, connection, communication. A perfectly loving parent would not deliberately hide from their children, refusing to make their existence known. Furthermore, loving relationship requires mutual awareness and recognition. You cannot have a genuine relationship with someone who does not know you exist. So, if God wants relationship with humans, God must ensure humans can become aware of God's existence. Not everyone needs to believe, but everyone capable of relationship should have opportunity to discover God through reasonable search. Yet we observe that many capable, reasonable people who seek God never find convincing evidence of God's existence. These are not people who reject God out of pride or moral corruption. They are honest seekers who would welcome relationship with God but cannot find sufficient reason to believe God exists. This reasonable non-belief contradicts what we would expect if a perfectly loving God existed. Therefore, Schellenberg concludes, no perfectly loving God exists. Either God does not exist at all, or God exists but lacks perfect love, or God exists but is not personal, not seeking relationship with humans. This argument has particular force because it relies on love, not just power or goodness. Christians especially emphasize that God is love, that God desires relationship with all people, that Jesus came to reconcile humanity to God. But if this is true, divine hiddenness becomes inexplicable. Why would a loving God create people with capacity for relationship, then make divine existence so unclear that sincere seekers cannot find God? Consider the scope of non-belief. Billions of people throughout history have lived and died without believing in the God of traditional theism. Many never heard of Christianity or Islam. Others heard but found the arguments unconvincing. Still others desperately wanted to believe but could not. If God loves these people and wants relationship with them, why not reveal himself clearly enough that reasonable investigation leads to belief? Defenders offer several responses. First, they argue that God has revealed himself clearly through creation, conscience and scripture, but sin distorts human perception. People suppress truth about God because acknowledging God would require moral transformation. They resist. Romans chapter 1 claims that God's invisible qualities are clearly seen in creation, so unbelief is inexcusable. But critics respond that this blames the victim. Many non-believers genuinely seek truth without finding God, not because they suppress truth, but because evidence seems insufficient. Attributing all non-belief to moral corruption seems uncharitable and contradicted by observation. Many atheists live exemplary moral lives, while many believers behave badly. Moral character does not correlate reliably with belief. Second, defenders appeal to free will. God remains hidden to preserve human freedom to believe or reject God without overwhelming evidence. If God appeared publicly and performed obvious miracles, people would have no choice but to believe. This forced belief would not constitute genuine faith or loving relationship. But critics find this unconvincing. Parents reveal themselves clearly to their children without destroying the children's freedom to love them or not. Knowing someone exists is not the same as being coerced to love them. God could reveal divine existence clearly while preserving freedom to respond with love, indifference or rebellion. The disciples knew Jesus existed but still had freedom. Judas betrayed him, Thomas doubted him, Peter denied him. Clear evidence of God's existence need not eliminate meaningful freedom. Furthermore, if God wants to preserve freedom by remaining hidden, why reveal himself to some people but not others? Paul experienced a direct revelation on the Damascus road. Moses spoke with God face to face. The disciples witnessed Jesus' miracles and resurrection. Why do these people get clear evidence while modern seekers get nothing? This distribution seems arbitrary and unfair. Third, Defenders argue that this world is not primarily about relationship with God, but about soul-making, moral development, or testing. Distance from God allows humans to develop virtues like faith, hope, and perseverance that require uncertainty. If God's existence were obvious, these virtues would be impossible. God remains hidden to create conditions for spiritual growth. Critics respond that this contradicts the emphasis on relationship in Christian theology. If the purpose of human existence is loving relationship with God, then making that relationship difficult contradicts the purpose. Moreover, many virtues could develop with clear knowledge of God's existence. Humility before an infinite being, gratitude for creation, obedience despite understanding, trust despite hardship. Uncertainty about God's existence is not necessary for virtue development. Fourth, skeptical theists argue we should not expect to understand God's reasons for remaining hidden. God's wisdom vastly exceeds ours, and what seems like unreasonable hiddenness to us might serve purposes we cannot grasp. Perhaps God knows that revealing himself would have bad consequences we cannot foresee, or perhaps hiddenness enables goods we cannot imagine. But this response faces the same problems we saw with the problem of evil. If we cannot assess whether hiddenness is unreasonable, we cannot assess whether God is loving. The claim that God loves us becomes unfalsifiable, compatible with any behavior including total hiddenness. This evacuates divine love of meaning. Furthermore, Scripture itself claims God wants people to know him and does not hide. Jeremiah chapter 29 verse 13 says, "You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart." 1 Chronicles chapter 28 verse 9 says, "If you seek him, he will be found by you." These promises seem false for many sincere seekers who never find God despite seeking with all their hearts. The argument from divine hiddenness intersects with the argument from religious experience. Some people report powerful experiences of God's presence, while others report nothing despite equally sincere seeking. If experiences of God reliably indicate God's existence, then lack of such experiences should reliably indicate God's absence. But defenders cannot accept this. They claim positive experiences count as evidence, while negative experiences do not, which seems like special pleading. There is also the problem of religious diversity. God remains hidden to those seeking the Christian God, but apparently reveals himself to Muslims seeking Allah, Hindus seeking Brahman, Buddhists seeking enlightenment. Each tradition has sincere adherents who report finding what they sought. This pattern suggests religious experience reflects psychological expectations rather than objective divine presence, supporting the hiddenness argument. Some theologians embrace apophatic or negative theology, emphasizing God's transcendence and incomprehensibility. God is so far beyond human categories that God cannot be comprehended through ordinary perception or reasoning. God's hiddenness reflects God's nature as infinite mystery, not lack of love. Seeking God requires moving beyond rational understanding into mystical union. Critics respond that this makes God functionally equivalent to non-existence. If God is so hidden and incomprehensible that nothing distinguishes divine presence from divine absence, why believe God exists? The distinction between a hidden God and no God collapses. Furthermore, this contradicts Christian claims about God revealing himself in Jesus, making knowledge of God available through Christ. The problem of hiddenness has particular poignancy for former believers. Many people raised Christian or Muslim or Hindu later lose their faith despite wanting to maintain it. They do not leave because they hate God or prefer sin, but because they cannot sustain belief without evidence that never comes. These deconversions often involve years of prayer, study and seeking, only to conclude that God does not exist or does not care about their search. If God loves these people and wants relationship, why allow them to slip away through lack of evidence? It seems cruel, like a parent deliberately hiding from a child who desperately seeks them. Defenders sometimes argue that these former believers never truly believed, that genuine faith perseveres through doubt. But this seems like a no-true Scotsman fallacy, defining genuine belief as belief that persists, making the claim unfalsifiable. Many former believers showed every sign of genuine faith. They devoted lives to service, experienced what they interpreted as God's presence, and deeply loved God before losing belief. Dismissing their prior faith as false seems insulting and implausible. The hiddenness argument also challenges eternal damnation doctrines. If God condemns people to hell for not believing, but God remains hidden, making belief difficult, this seems monstrous. You cannot justly punish someone for failing to believe something when you deliberately made that thing hard to believe. The combination of hiddenness and hell depicts God as sadistic, hiding evidence, then punishing people for not believing without evidence. Some Christians respond by rejecting eternal damnation in favor of universalism or annihilationism. If God eventually saves everyone, or simply lets the unredeemed cease to exist, then hiddenness becomes less problematic. But this contradicts traditional Christian teaching and many biblical passages that seem to teach eternal punishment. Others argue that hell is not imposed by God, but chosen by people who reject relationship with God. God respects human freedom even to the point of allowing eternal separation. But this still does not explain why God makes initial relationship so difficult through hiddenness, creating conditions where many people cannot form beliefs that would lead to choosing relationship. The argument from divine hiddenness is relatively recent, developed mainly in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. But it has quickly become one of the most discussed arguments in philosophy of religion. Many philosophers consider it more powerful than the problem of evil, because it does not require establishing that any evil is truly gratuitous. It merely requires observing that some sincere seekers never find God, which is undeniable. Where does the argument stand? For those who have experienced what they interpret as God's presence, the argument fails because they deny the premise that God remains hidden from sincere seekers. For those who have sought God without finding sufficient evidence, the argument resonates deeply because it captures their lived experience. The argument forces theists to explain why a loving God would create conditions where relationship requires belief based on insufficient evidence, and most attempts to answer this question seem to diminish rather than preserve divine love. Part 12. The argument from inconsistent revelations, too many gods speaking. Stand in the world's religious marketplace and listen to competing claims. Christianity proclaims Jesus is God incarnate, salvation comes through faith in Christ alone, the Trinity is central truth. Islam insists Allah is one. Jesus was merely a prophet. Muhammad received God's final revelation in the Quran. Judaism rejects both Jesus and Muhammad, maintaining that Torah contains God's covenant with Israel. Hinduism teaches that multiple paths lead to the divine, that Brahman manifests as countless deities, that reincarnation explains life's journey. Buddhism offers enlightenment through ending desire, often without reference to gods at all. These religions contradict each other on fundamental questions: God's nature, salvation's requirements, life's meaning, reality's structure. They cannot all be correct if they contradict. The argument from inconsistent revelations asks, if God wants humans to know truth and relationship depends on correct belief, why would God allow such contradictory revelations? The confusion suggests no God is communicating clearly, that religious beliefs arise from human culture rather than divine revelation. The argument proceeds from religious diversity to religious skepticism. Each religion claims divine authority, yet they teach incompatible doctrines. Christians claim Jesus said, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." This exclusivism contradicts Islamic teaching that many prophets showed the way, or Hindu teaching that multiple paths ascend the same mountain. Furthermore, billions of sincere, intelligent, morally upright people devoutly follow non-Christian religions. Are we to believe that geographic accident of birth determines truth, that those born in Saudi Arabia understand God less well than those born in Tennessee? This seems arbitrary. If God wants all people to know truth, why tie truth so closely to accidents of birth location and culture? John Hick developed religious pluralism partly to address this problem. He argued that all major religions respond to the same ultimate reality, though they conceptualize it differently based on cultural context. The real, capital R, transcends all descriptions, but manifests as the God of Christianity, Allah of Islam, Brahman of Hinduism, or the Dharma of Buddhism. These traditions are like blind people examining different parts of an elephant, each grasping partial truth. This pluralism seems generous and tolerant, but it faces serious problems. It requires reinterpreting religious traditions against their own self-understanding. Christianity claims Jesus is uniquely God incarnate, not one of many equally valid revelations. Islam claims Muhammad is the final prophet with the complete message, not merely one perspective among many. Religious pluralism says all religions are true, but not in the way they think they are, which effectively rejects all religions. Furthermore, pluralism struggles with evil religions or doctrines. Should we accept human sacrifice religions as equally valid responses to the real? What about religions that promote oppression, violence, or hatred? Pluralism needs criteria for distinguishing legitimate from illegitimate religions, but those criteria cannot come from any particular tradition without privileging that tradition over others. Christian exclusivism maintains that Jesus is the only way to salvation and other religions are false. This position takes Christian claims seriously and explains religious diversity through human error and sin. But it faces the problem of moral luck. Your eternal destiny depends largely on where you were born. A child born in India will likely become Hindu. A child born in Saudi Arabia will likely become Muslim. A child born in Mississippi will likely become Christian. If Christianity is exclusively true, most humans throughout history have been damned through no real fault of their own, simply because they never encountered Christian teaching or encountered it embedded in cultural imperialism that made it seem false. Inclusivism tries to navigate between exclusivism and pluralism. It maintains that Christianity is uniquely true and salvation comes through Christ, but that people can be saved by Christ without explicitly believing in Christ. God judges hearts, not doctrinal correctness, and responds to sincere seeking regardless of religious label. Vatican II moved Catholicism toward this position, acknowledging that truth and holiness exist in non-Christian religions. But inclusivism faces its own problems. If people can be saved without knowing Christ, why evangelize? Why risk people rejecting the gospel and being condemned when they might have been saved through anonymous Christianity? Furthermore, inclusivism still claims Christianity is uniquely true, so the problem of religious diversity remains. Why does God allow billions to follow false religions when true religion is available? The argument from inconsistent revelations gains strength from examining specific doctrinal conflicts. Christianity teaches that God became human in Jesus. Islam calls this belief shirk, the unforgivable sin of attributing partners to God. One of these positions must be wrong, and the wrongness is not minor, but fundamental. How could a good God allow such central confusion about divine nature? Or consider afterlife teachings. Christianity and Islam teach conscious eternal existence in heaven or hell. Hinduism and Buddhism teach reincarnation with eventual escape from rebirth. Judaism has developed multiple views, ranging from bodily resurrection to simply joining one's ancestors with no clear conscious experience. These are not complementary perspectives, but contradictory factual claims about what happens after death. Defenders argue that core morality is similar across religions despite doctrinal differences. All major religions value compassion, justice, honesty, and human dignity. This moral convergence suggests a common divine source underlying superficial differences. But critics respond that moral similarity reflects shared human nature and social needs, not divine revelation. Societies that promote murder, theft, and deception cannot survive, so all successful societies develop similar basic moral rules. Evolution and cultural selection explain moral convergence better than divine revelation. Furthermore, religions disagree significantly on applied ethics. Gender roles, sexuality, warfare, punishment, religious freedom. These disagreements cause real harm and cannot be dismissed as superficial. The argument also addresses religious experience. Members of different religions report powerful experiences confirming their contradictory beliefs. Christians experience Jesus' presence confirming Christianity. Muslims feel Allah's reality confirming Islam. Hindus achieve mystical union confirming Hindu metaphysics. These cannot all be veridical if they support contradictory truth claims. This suggests religious experiences result from psychological expectations shaped by culture rather than from encounters with objective reality. Your brain generates experiences matching beliefs you already hold or were raised with. Then you interpret these experiences as confirming those beliefs. This explains religious diversity better than supposing God reveals himself in contradictory ways to different cultures. Defenders sometimes argue that apparent contradictions resolve at a deeper level. The Trinity might reconcile monotheism and incarnation in ways neither Judaism nor Islam understand. Reincarnation and resurrection might both be true in different senses. But this seems like grasping at straws. The contradictions are real and substantial, not merely apparent or semantic. There is also the problem of demonic deception. If the Christian God exists, what explains Islam or Hinduism? Christians sometimes attribute non-Christian religions to demonic deception. Satan imitates divine revelation to lead people astray. But this creates new problems. Why does God allow Satan such power to deceive billions? And how do Christians know Christianity itself is not satanic deception? Any criteria used to identify true versus false religion must be applied consistently. The sociology of religious belief strengthens the argument. Studies show that religious beliefs correlate powerfully with birth location, family religion, and social environment. If you are born in Iran, you will almost certainly become Muslim. Born in India, you will probably become Hindu. Born in Alabama, you will probably become Christian. This pattern indicates that cultural transmission determines religious belief far more than evidence or divine revelation. If God wanted all people to know truth, God would not make truth so dependent on accidents of birth. Divine revelation should be accessible universally, not concentrated in specific geographic regions and time periods. Defenders respond that God works through cultures, revealing truth in culturally appropriate ways. But this explanation founders on doctrinal contradictions. Cultural context might explain different rituals or symbols, but not contradictory metaphysical claims about God's nature, salvation's mechanism, or reality's structure. The argument from inconsistent revelations also applies within single religious traditions. Christianity has fractured into thousands of denominations disagreeing about salvation, sacraments, church structure, biblical interpretation, and moral issues. If the Holy Spirit guides believers into truth, as Jesus promised, why such massive disagreement among Spirit-filled Christians? Catholics and Protestants both claim biblical and spiritual authority, yet reach opposite conclusions on numerous doctrines. This internal diversity weakens claims that any tradition possesses clear divine revelation. If God communicated clearly, followers would not disagree so profoundly. The disagreement suggests human interpretation and cultural influence dominate what believers attribute to divine revelation. Where does this argument stand? It successfully highlights a genuine puzzle for traditional theism. Why would a good God who wants people to know truth allow such profound religious confusion? Defenders must either accept pluralism that relativizes all religions, or maintain exclusivism that condemns billions for accidents of birth, or develop inclusivism that seems to make specific religious belief unnecessary. None of these options preserves traditional religious claims comfortably, and the argument continues to challenge anyone claiming exclusive or primary truth for their religious tradition. Part 13. The argument from poor design. Why would God make such mistakes? Pick up a medical textbook and read about the human body. You will find marvels, neurons firing in precise patterns, immune cells identifying invaders, DNA replicating with remarkable accuracy. But keep reading and you will also find absurdities. A nerve that loops unnecessarily around an artery. A birth canal dangerously narrow for modern infant head size. An appendix that serves no function but can kill through infection. Testicles that descend outside the body where they are vulnerable to injury and temperature fluctuation. The argument from poor design asks, if an omniscient, omnipotent designer created life, why is it designed so badly in so many ways? This argument differs from the problem of evil, because it focuses not on suffering itself, but on the specific features of biological organisms that seem incompetent or wasteful. These features are not necessary for soul-making or free will. They are simply design flaws that a competent engineer would avoid. They make perfect sense as products of evolution, which cobbles together solutions using whatever materials and mechanisms are available, but they make no sense as products of intelligent design by an all-knowing creator. Consider the recurrent laryngeal nerve, which controls muscles in your larynx. In mammals, this nerve takes an absurd route. It travels from the brain down into the chest, loops around the aorta, then travels back up to the larynx. In humans, this detour adds several inches of unnecessary length. In giraffes, the nerve travels down the entire 15-foot neck, loops around the aorta, then travels back up the 15-foot neck to reach a larynx that is inches from where the nerve started. This 30-foot detour exists because evolution modified fish anatomy where the nerve took a direct route, and when fish evolved into land animals with necks, the nerve got stretched but could not reroute without going through intermediate stages that would not function. Natural selection cannot redesign from scratch, only modify existing structures incrementally. An intelligent designer starting from scratch would never route the nerve this way. It wastes material, increases vulnerability to damage, and serves no purpose. But it makes perfect sense as an evolutionary legacy. Or consider the human eye, which William Paley used as his prime example of design. The retina is installed backwards. Light must pass through layers of blood vessels and nerve fibers before reaching the photoreceptors. This reduces visual acuity and creates a blind spot where the optic nerve exits the eye. Cephalopods, like octopi, have their retinas installed correctly, with photoreceptors facing incoming light and nerves behind them. Why would God design human eyes worse than octopus eyes? Evolution explains this. Vertebrate eyes evolved one way, cephalopod eyes evolved another, and evolution cannot go back and redesign from scratch once a functional system exists. The human spine provides another example. Our spines evolved from four-legged ancestors whose spines formed a horizontal bridge supported at both ends. When humans evolved upright posture, this bridge became a vertical column supporting weight from above. The result? Chronic back pain affects most humans eventually, herniated discs, pinched nerves and structural problems that would not exist with a spine designed for vertical load-bearing from the start. Human childbirth is notoriously dangerous compared to other mammals. The birth canal must pass through the pelvis, but human pelvises narrowed when we evolved upright posture for efficient walking. Meanwhile, human brains grew larger, meaning larger infant heads must pass through narrower birth canals. The result? Childbirth became extraordinarily painful and dangerous, requiring hours of labour and often resulting in maternal or infant death before modern medicine. An intelligent designer could easily create a birth process that does not risk killing mother and child, but evolution cobbled together a barely functional compromise between upright walking and large brains. Male reproductive anatomy provides a spectacular example of poor design. The vas deferens, which transports sperm, takes a ridiculous route over the ureter and around the bladder before reaching the urethra. This creates multiple vulnerability points and the prostate gland that can block urination when it swells. Furthermore, the testes descend outside the body cavity where they are exposed to injury and temperature problems. Yet sperm production requires temperatures slightly cooler than body temperature. An engineer could design a system that maintains appropriate temperature internally without exposing vital organs to external trauma, but evolution modified existing fish anatomy where gonads were in the body cavity, and the modification was constrained by what could work at each intermediate stage. The list continues. Wisdom teeth that do not fit in modern human jaws, because our jaws have become smaller faster than tooth number, has evolved. The pharynx that requires us to use the same passage for breathing and eating, creating choking hazards. The inability to synthesize vitamin C despite most mammals producing it, because our ancestors could get adequate vitamin C from fruit, and the genes for synthesis accumulated mutations without selection pressure to maintain them. The vestigial tailbone that serves no function but can break and cause pain. Each individual example might be dismissed, but collectively they paint a clear picture. Life looks like the product of a tinkerer, modifying existing structures incrementally, not an omniscient designer creating optimal solutions from scratch. Defenders of intelligent design offer several responses. First, they argue that we should not presume to judge God's designs, that apparent flaws might serve hidden purposes we cannot understand. Perhaps the recurrent laryngeal nerve's long route provides backup pathways or serves developmental purposes. Perhaps backward retinas filter light in ways we have not yet discovered. But this response seems desperate. We have studied these structures extensively using modern science and found no compensating advantages. The nerve's long route provides no benefits and creates vulnerabilities to injury along its extended path. The backward retina reduces visual acuity with no offsetting benefits. Octopus eyes perform better with their correct orientation. Appealing to unknown purposes when detailed investigation reveals none seems like special pleading. Second, defenders blame poor design on the fall, arguing that sin corrupted creation. God originally designed everything perfectly, but Adam and Eve's disobedience introduced imperfection into the natural world. Our bodies suffer from this corruption rather than reflecting God's original design. But this explanation fails for multiple reasons. First, the design flaws we observe are structural, built into the basic anatomy, not degenerations from better states. The recurrent laryngeal nerve never took a direct route in any mammal. It has always looped in evolutionary history. Second, the explanation contradicts evolutionary history. These features existed in our ancestors millions of years before humans evolved, so they cannot result from human sin. Third, the explanation makes God seem incompetent. Why would God create a world where one sin could corrupt all of biology so thoroughly? An omnipotent God could make creation resilient to corruption, or at least limit corruption to moral agents who sinned rather than corrupting innocent animals and plants. Third, defenders argue that God had reasons to use evolutionary processes to create life, and evolution necessarily produces these outcomes. God guided evolution, but worked through natural selection rather than creating through direct, miraculous intervention. The apparent design flaws reflect evolutionary constraints rather than God's incompetence. But this response abandons the claim that biological complexity demonstrates intelligent design. If evolution can produce complex functional systems through natural selection, we no longer need intelligent design to explain life. Furthermore, if God guided evolution, God could have guided it to avoid these flaws, producing better designs through slightly different mutations or selection pressures. An all-powerful guide should produce better results than unguided natural processes. Fourth, some defenders minimize the design flaws, arguing that organisms function well enough despite imperfections. The recurrent laryngeal nerve works fine, even with its detour. Backward retinas still enable vision. Most humans survive childbirth. Good enough is all that matters for survival. But this argument misses the point. The issue is not whether organisms function, but whether they show evidence of optimal design by an omniscient creator. Good enough is what we expect from evolution, which only requires survival and reproduction, not perfection. But an omnipotent, omniscient God should produce better than good enough. The fact that organisms are merely good enough rather than excellent supports evolution over intelligent design. The argument from poor design also extends to genetic evidence. Our genomes contain huge amounts of junk DNA, pseudogenes that are broken copies of functional genes, endogenous retroviruses that infected our ancestors and got incorporated into germlines, repetitive sequences that serve no function. About 98% of human DNA does not code for proteins or regulate gene expression in any known way. This looks exactly like what evolution would produce through random mutation and genetic drift, but it makes no sense as the product of intelligent design. Why would God fill our genomes with garbage? Defenders sometimes argue that junk DNA is not really junk, that it serves functions we have not yet discovered. But extensive research has revealed functions for only small percentages of non-coding DNA. The vast majority appears to be genuinely functionless, parasitic sequences that accumulate because they do not harm fitness enough to be removed by selection. This is precisely what evolutionary theory predicts and what intelligent design does not predict. The same pattern appears in the fossil record. We observe countless extinct species, dead-end lineages, and mass extinctions. Over 99% of all species that ever lived are now extinct. This makes sense if natural selection produces organisms adapted to current environments that go extinct when environments change. But it suggests tremendous waste if God designed each species individually. Why would God create millions of species only to let them go extinct? Why design dinosaurs to rule Earth for hundreds of millions of years, then wipe them out with an asteroid? Defenders appeal to mysterious divine purposes. Perhaps God wanted diversity across time periods, or perhaps extinct species served purposes we cannot fathom. But these responses again make God's design indistinguishable from no design. Any observation, whether efficient or wasteful, optimal or flawed, gets explained by invoking mysterious purposes. There is also the problem of cruelty in nature. parasites that blind their hosts, parasitoid wasps that lay eggs in living caterpillars to be eaten alive from inside, diseases that cause horrible suffering. These are not design flaws in the sense of being inefficient. They work perfectly for their purpose. But they reveal a natural world that seems indifferent or actively cruel rather than designed by a loving God. This overlaps with the problem of evil, but the design argument makes it more specific. These cruel mechanisms are not side effects of natural laws or necessary for free will. They are specific biological innovations that a designer chose to create. Why would God design parasitic wasps this way, rather than some less horrific reproductive strategy? Darwin himself cited parasitoid wasps as evidence against benevolent design in his correspondence. He could not believe a beneficent God would deliberately create creatures whose lifestyle requires such cruelty. If these creatures evolved through natural selection without divine guidance, their existence makes sense. Whatever works to spread genes persists, regardless of whether it seems cruel to us. But if God designed them, their existence suggests either God is not omnipotent enough to design better systems, not omniscient enough to see the cruelty, or not perfectly good enough to care. The argument from poor design does not prove God does not exist, but it severely undermines arguments from biological design. If organisms showed optimal design, this would be evidence for an intelligent designer. But organisms show exactly the kind of adequate but flawed design we expect from evolution, not the optimal design we expect from omniscient engineering. The evidence points strongly toward naturalistic evolution rather than intelligent design. Where does this argument stand? It successfully refutes claims that biological complexity demonstrates intelligent design by showing that biological structures often display poor design, inconsistent with omniscient creation. Defenders must either accept that God is not omniscient or omnipotent, or accept that God deliberately designed flaws for mysterious reasons, or abandon design arguments entirely. Most biologists and philosophers find the evolutionary explanation more parsimonious and consistent with the evidence than any version of intelligent design. Part 14. Logical Incoherence. Arguments: can God even exist? Some arguments against God do not point to evidence from the world, but to internal contradictions in the concept of God itself. They claim that the traditional attributes assigned to God, omnipotence, omniscience, perfect goodness, immutability, and eternality, are logically incoherent either individually or in combination. If the concept of God is self-contradictory, then God cannot exist, regardless of any empirical evidence. This is analogous to proving that square circles cannot exist. No amount of searching would find one because the concept itself is impossible. The omnipotence paradox is the most famous. Can God create a rock so heavy that God cannot lift it? If yes, then God cannot lift the rock, so God is not omnipotent. If no, then God cannot create the rock, so God is not omnipotent. Either way, omnipotence seems impossible. This sounds like a clever word game, and many dismiss it as such. But it points to a genuine conceptual problem. What does omnipotence mean? If it means the ability to do anything whatsoever, including logical impossibilities, then God can create square circles and make 2 + 2 = 5. But then logic itself breaks down, and we cannot reason about God at all. If omnipotence means the ability to do anything logically possible, then God cannot create unliftable rocks, because a rock that an omnipotent being cannot lift is logically impossible, like square circles. So the paradox dissolves. Asking whether God can create such a rock is like asking whether God can make square circles, a question that presupposes an impossibility. However, this solution raises new questions. What counts as logically possible? Some philosophers argue that concepts like married bachelor or square circle are obviously impossible, but other cases are less clear. Is time travel logically possible? Is changing the past? Can God violate the laws of mathematics? Different answers produce different conceptions of omnipotence. Furthermore, omnipotence faces problems with immutability, the claim that God does not change. If God is immutable, God cannot change from not creating the universe to creating it, cannot change from not knowing what time it is to knowing what time it is, cannot change from being angry to being pleased. But if God cannot change, how can God act in time, respond to prayers, or interact with creation? Acting requires changing from potentiality to actuality, from intending to act to having acted. Classical theists like Aquinas solve this by placing God outside time entirely. God exists in eternal present, seeing all of time simultaneously without temporal succession. From God's perspective, there is no before and after, no change, no potentiality becoming actual. God's creative act is eternal and unchanging, even though from our temporal perspective, creation has a beginning. But this solution creates new problems. If God is outside time, how can God have intentions that precede actions temporally? How can God respond to prayers when response implies temporal sequence, hearing prayer, then answering it? Scripture describes God as speaking, acting, becoming angry, relenting, remembering, forgetting, all of which seem to require temporal succession. Furthermore, combining omniscience with immutability and free will creates problems. If God knows eternally everything that will happen, including God's own future actions, can God do otherwise? If God cannot do otherwise, then God's actions are necessary, not free. But Christianity claims God freely chose to create the world and could have chosen not to create it. How can these claims be reconciled? Some philosophers argue that divine freedom is compatible with necessary action if the necessity flows from God's nature rather than external compulsion. God necessarily acts in accordance with perfect goodness because that is God's nature, but this necessity is internal and does not compromise freedom. But critics respond that this makes divine freedom different from the kind of freedom we understand, raising questions about whether it is really freedom at all. The problem of divine knowledge and human freedom is even more vexing. If God knows infallibly what you will choose tomorrow, can you choose otherwise? It seems not. If God knows you will choose A, and God cannot be wrong, then you must choose A. You cannot choose B because that would make God's knowledge false, which is impossible if God is infallible. So God's foreknowledge seems to eliminate human freedom. Many solutions have been proposed. Some argue that God's knowledge does not cause your choice, so your choice remains free even though God knows it. Knowing something will happen is different from making it happen. Just as you know the sun rose this morning without causing it, God knows your future choices without causing them. But critics respond that causation is not the issue, logical necessity is. If God knows X will happen, then X must happen, not because God causes it, but because God's knowledge cannot be wrong. The necessity comes from God's infallibility, not from any causal relationship. Open theists propose that God does not know future free choices because they do not yet exist to be known. The future is genuinely open, not fixed, so omniscience does not include knowing what does not exist. This preserves human freedom, but requires denying that God knows the future, which contradicts many biblical passages where God predicts future events and promises future outcomes. Molinists propose middle knowledge. God knows what every possible person would freely choose in every possible circumstance. Then God creates a world where these free choices collectively accomplish God's purposes. God does not cause the choices, but knows them through middle knowledge before deciding which world to actualize. This preserves both divine sovereignty and human freedom. But critics argue that middle knowledge is incoherent. If choices are truly free, then what someone would freely choose in hypothetical circumstances cannot be known before those circumstances exist and the choice is made. Knowing what someone would freely choose requires the choice already being determined, which contradicts freedom. The problem of God knowing contingent propositions also creates difficulties. Suppose today is Monday. God knows today is Monday is true. Tomorrow, God knows today is Monday is false and today is Tuesday is true. Has God's knowledge changed? If yes, God is mutable. If no, then God never knew today is Monday, but only eternal propositions like Monday is followed by Tuesday, which means God does not know what time it is now, which seems to limit omniscience. Some philosophers solve this with eternalism, the view that all times exist equally. Past, present, and future are equally real, just located at different temporal positions, like how north and south are at different spatial positions. From God's atemporal perspective, God sees all times simultaneously without change in knowledge. God does not know today is Monday, but rather Monday is located at temporal position T, and this knowledge never changes. But eternalism contradicts our experience of time as flowing, of the present being special, of the future being open to alternative possibilities. It also raises questions about how God can respond to temporal events if God exists outside the temporal flow. The combination of omniscience and perfect goodness creates the problem of future sin. If God knows that creating person X will result in X committing horrible evil, and if God is perfectly good, should God create X? Creating someone whom God knows will commit great evil seems morally wrong, like deliberately releasing a dangerous criminal knowing he will kill. Yet if God refrains from creating anyone who would sin, God creates no humans with free will, because all free creatures sometimes sin. Some respond that individuals are better off existing and sinning than not existing at all, so God is justified in creating them. But this seems to treat sin too lightly. Is it really better to exist and commit atrocities than not to exist? Would Hitler be better off existing and causing the Holocaust than not existing? This seems implausible. Perfect goodness itself faces conceptual problems. Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? This Euthyphro dilemma was mentioned earlier, but it points to logical incoherence rather than just theological difficulty. If goodness is defined by God's commands, then calling God good becomes tautological and empty. God does what God commands, which is trivially true, but tells us nothing. If goodness exists independently, then perfect goodness is not a divine attribute, but conformity to an external standard. The stone paradox returns in different forms for each attribute. Can God sin? If yes, God is not perfectly good. If no, God lacks the power to sin, so God is not omnipotent. Can God create another omnipotent being? If yes, then there would be two beings, each able to do anything, including thwart the other, which is contradictory. If no, God lacks the power to create such a being, limiting omnipotence. These paradoxes might all be resolvable through sufficiently sophisticated theology and logic, but collectively they suggest that the concept of God traditionally conceived, a being with maximal perfection of all attributes simultaneously, may not be coherent. Perhaps God can be omnipotent, or perfectly good, or immutable, but not all of these together without contradiction. Some theologians embrace this by limiting divine attributes. Process theology abandons omnipotence, arguing God is maximally powerful but cannot coerce. Open theism abandons complete omniscience, arguing God knows the past and present perfectly, but the future only as possibilities. These moves solve logical problems, but abandon traditional theism's conception of God. The Incarnation creates special logical problems for Christianity. How can one person be fully God and fully human simultaneously? God is omniscient, but Jesus learned things and asked questions, suggesting limited knowledge. God is omnipotent, but Jesus grew tired, experienced limitations, and was killed. God is immutable, but Jesus changed from infant to adult, from alive to dead to resurrected. God is omnipresent, but Jesus was located at specific places at specific times. Christians developed sophisticated Christologies to address these problems, distinguishing between Jesus' divine nature and human nature, between what he knew as God versus as man. But critics argue these distinctions create more problems than they solve. If Jesus' divine nature is omniscient, but his human mind is not, are there two minds in one person? If his divine nature is omnipotent, but his human body is weak, are there two wills in one person, potentially conflicting? The Incarnation might be a genuine logical impossibility disguised by vague language about natures and persons. The Trinity creates similar problems. God is three persons, but one being, one substance, one essence. But how can this be coherent? Three persons are three distinct entities with distinct centers of consciousness, knowledge, and will. If they are truly one being, how are they three persons? If they are truly three persons, how are they one being? Christians insist this is a mystery that transcends logic rather than a contradiction within logic. Person and being are different categories, so there is no contradiction in three of one and one of the other. But critics argue that this verbal solution does not resolve the conceptual problem. We have no coherent understanding of what three persons but one being means, because all our experience shows that distinct persons are distinct beings. Where do these logical arguments stand? They successfully identify genuine conceptual puzzles in traditional theology that resist easy solution. Defenders have developed sophisticated responses to each paradox, but the responses often create new problems or require abandoning ordinary logic. Critics argue that the accumulation of logical difficulties suggests the concept of God is not coherent, while defenders argue that God's transcendence means we should expect some mysteries beyond our logical comprehension. The debate ultimately turns on whether apparently incoherent concepts should be accepted as transcendent mysteries or rejected as logical impossibilities. Part 15. Faith and Reason. Can belief without evidence be rational? A woman sits in church listening to the sermon. The preacher says, "Faith is not about evidence or proof. It is about trusting God despite uncertainty." The woman feels torn. Her scientific training emphasizes evidence and reason, yet her religious upbringing emphasizes faith that transcends reason. Can faith and reason coexist? Is belief without sufficient evidence ever rational, or does faith require abandoning intellectual honesty? This question cuts to the heart of religious epistemology, the study of religious knowledge and justified belief. It has divided philosophers and theologians for centuries, with some insisting faith and reason are compatible and others seeing them as fundamentally opposed. Tertullian, an early Christian writer, famously asked, "What has Athens to do with Jerusalem?" implying that Greek philosophy and Christian faith are incompatible. He wrote, "I believe because it is absurd," suggesting that faith operates in a different realm from reason. On this view, trying to prove God through reason misses the point. Faith is about trust and relationship, not logical demonstration. Søren Kierkegaard developed this into a full philosophy in the 19th century. He argued that genuine faith requires a leap beyond reason, embracing paradox and uncertainty. The Incarnation is objectively uncertain and even absurd from a rational perspective. How can eternal infinite God become temporal, finite human? Yet faith embraces this absurdity passionately, finding truth in paradox that reason cannot grasp. Kierkegaard distinguished between objective truth, discoverable through reason and evidence, and subjective truth, lived personal appropriation of belief. Christianity is not primarily about objective facts, but about subjective transformation. Becoming a Christian, living passionately committed to Christ despite objective uncertainty. If you wait for objective proof before believing, you never achieve authentic faith because faith requires risk and passionate commitment without certainty. This view has appeal for many believers. It protects faith from skeptical challenges. If faith is not based on evidence, then lack of evidence cannot refute it. It also captures something important about religious life. Relationship with God feels different from solving mathematical proofs, more like trusting a friend than accepting a theorem. But critics see serious problems. First, this approach seems to make belief arbitrary. If faith does not require evidence, why believe Christianity rather than Islam, Hinduism, or any random invented religion? Kierkegaard responds that you should choose the belief that transforms you most profoundly, but this makes truth subordinate to psychological effect. It suggests that believing false things is fine if they make you feel meaningful. Second, fideism, belief without evidence, seems intellectually irresponsible. W. K. Clifford famously argued, "It is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence." He gave an example of a shipowner who sends a vessel to sea despite doubts about seaworthiness, convincing himself through wishful thinking that all is well. When the ship sinks and passengers drown, the owner is morally culpable even if the ship happened to be seaworthy, because he believed without adequate evidence. Religious belief affects major decisions: whom to marry, how to raise children, what moral rules to follow, what to teach in schools, how to vote on social issues. If these beliefs lack evidential support, believers are being intellectually and morally irresponsible, believing what they wish to be true rather than what evidence supports. William James responded to Clifford in his essay The Will to Believe. He argued that sometimes we face genuine options where evidence is insufficient to decide, yet not choosing is itself a choice. In these cases, practical considerations can justify belief without conclusive evidence. Religious belief, James argued, is a genuine option, living or momentous or forced. Living because it appeals to you as a real possibility, momentous because it affects your entire life, forced because not believing is choosing against relationship with God if God exists. When facing genuine options where evidence is ambiguous, you have the right to let your passional nature decide, to believe what your heart desires if reason cannot settle the matter. James emphasized that this applies only when evidence is insufficient, not when evidence clearly contradicts belief. You cannot rationally believe the earth is flat when evidence overwhelmingly proves it is round. But when evidence is genuinely ambiguous, when experts disagree, when arguments seem balanced, then you can let pragmatic and emotional considerations tip the balance. Critics respond that evidence for God is not ambiguous, but clearly insufficient. The arguments we have examined fail. The problem of evil provides strong evidence against God, and religious diversity suggests human invention rather than divine revelation. So James's conditions are not met. Evidence is not balanced, but weighted against theism. Furthermore, James's argument might justify believing anything for which evidence is unclear. Conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, superstitions. If insufficient evidence justifies belief based on desire and practical benefits, then epistemic norms become toothless. Alvin Plantinga developed a different approach called Reformed epistemology. He argues that belief in God can be properly basic, not requiring evidence or inference from other beliefs. Just as you believe other minds exist without inferring this from evidence, you can believe God exists based on direct perception or immediate awareness. We accept many beliefs as basic without evidence: that the past is real, that other people are conscious, that our senses generally track reality, that induction is reliable. We cannot prove these beliefs without circular reasoning, yet we rightly hold them. Religious belief might work similarly. When you experience God's presence in prayer, you are directly aware of God, and this awareness justifies belief without requiring argument. Plantinga adds that if God exists and designed our cognitive faculties to know God, then beliefs formed through these faculties are reliable and justified. Just as vision reliably produces justified beliefs about the physical world, religious experience reliably produces justified beliefs about God. The parallel makes religious belief epistemically respectable. Critics object that this approach makes too many beliefs properly basic. Could believers in Zeus or Odin claim their beliefs are properly basic? Could someone who feels aliens are communicating telepathically claim this belief is properly basic? Plantinga needs criteria for which basic beliefs are legitimate, but any such criteria seem to beg the question by privileging his preferred beliefs. Furthermore, the analogy with sensory perception breaks down. Sensory beliefs are nearly universal, reliable across cultures, and mutually confirmable. Religious beliefs vary dramatically across cultures, contradict each other, and lack independent verification. This asymmetry suggests religious beliefs are not analogous to sensory perception, but more like culturally conditioned interpretations of ambiguous experiences. Richard Dawkins and other new atheists take a hardline evidentialist position. They argue that faith, defined as belief without evidence, is intellectually dishonest and harmful. Religious faith teaches people that accepting claims without evidence is virtuous, but this undermines critical thinking and enables acceptance of harmful ideologies. Science progresses by demanding evidence, by questioning authorities, by changing beliefs when evidence requires it. Faith does the opposite, treating lack of evidence as a virtue, interpreting doubt as sin, resisting belief, change, regardless of evidence. Dawkins argues that religion deserves no special epistemic privilege. We evaluate claims about medicine, history, and physics using evidence. Religious claims about God, miracles, and afterlife should be evaluated the same way. If evidence is insufficient, the intellectually honest response is to withhold belief, not to embrace faith despite insufficient evidence. But defenders respond that scientism, treating science as the only source of knowledge, is self-refuting. The claim only scientific statements are meaningful or true is not itself a scientific statement, so it contradicts itself. Many important truths are not scientific. Mathematical truths, logical truths, moral truths, aesthetic truths. Why should religious truths require the same kind of evidence as scientific truths when these domains differ fundamentally? Furthermore, even science rests on assumptions that cannot be scientifically proven, that the universe is orderly, that the future will resemble the past, that our reason is reliable. Science requires faith in reason, in the uniformity of nature, in the validity of induction. So the distinction between faith-based religion and evidence-based science is not as sharp as critics claim. The debate also involves defining faith itself. Critics often define faith as belief without evidence, making it seem obviously irrational. But defenders define faith as trust or commitment based on evidence that does not amount to proof, making it seem reasonable. Much depends on which definition we accept. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 1 defines faith as confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. This suggests faith involves trust beyond available evidence, but not trust contradicting evidence. Faith as trustful response to God's promises, as willingness to follow despite uncertainty, seems different from blind credulity. The relationship between faith and reason also varies across religious traditions. Islam emphasizes that Quranic revelation is supported by evidence, the beauty of Arabic language, the impossibility of humans producing similar text, fulfilled prophecies, scientific knowledge in the Quran ahead of its time. Many Muslim scholars argue that belief should be based on rational evidence rather than blind faith. Judaism has a long tradition of debate, questioning, and wrestling with doubt as part of authentic faith. The name Israel means struggles with God, suggesting that questioning is intrinsic to Jewish spirituality rather than antithetical to it. Buddhism in many forms emphasizes personal verification rather than blind faith. Buddha allegedly said, "Do not believe anything just because it is traditional or because many people believe it, but test it through your own experience." This makes Buddhism more empirical, encouraging practitioners to verify teachings through meditation and practice rather than accepting them on authority. Where does this leave the relationship between faith and reason? The debate continues because it involves fundamental questions about knowledge, justification, and rationality with no obvious answers. Some believers embrace faith beyond reason as authentic religious commitment. Others insist that faith must be supported by evidence and reason to be intellectually respectable. Still others seek middle positions where faith and reason inform each other without either dominating completely. What we can say is that religious epistemology remains contested terrain where philosophical sophistication has not produced consensus, and both religious believers and skeptics can mount credible defenses of their epistemic positions. Part 16. Burden of proof and evidence standards. Who must prove what? Two people debate God's existence. The theist says, "Prove God does not exist." The atheist replies, "Prove God does exist." Each demands that the other shoulder the burden of proof. This procedural question, who must provide evidence and how much is needed, shapes the entire debate about God's existence more than many realize. The burden of proof is a fundamental concept in epistemology and law. Generally, whoever makes a positive claim bears the burden of supporting it. In courts, the prosecution must prove guilt. The defense need not prove innocence. In science, those proposing new theories must provide evidence. Those skeptical of new claims need not disprove them. The default position is doubt or neutrality until sufficient evidence is provided. Applied to God, this principle suggests that theists bear the burden of proof. Theists make a positive claim. A God exists with specific attributes and does specific things. Atheists merely reject this claim, maintaining that insufficient evidence supports it. Therefore, theists must provide evidence, and if that evidence is insufficient, the rational response is atheism, or at least agnosticism. Bertrand Russell illustrated this with his famous teapot example. Suppose Russell claimed a teapot orbits the Sun between Earth and Mars, too small for telescopes to detect. If someone doubts this claim, would we say the doubter must prove the teapot does not exist? Obviously not. Russell's claim would be unsupported, and the burden is on him to provide evidence, not on skeptics to disprove it. God, Russell argued, is in the same position as the teapot. Theists claim God exists, but provide no compelling evidence. The rational response is to withhold belief, just as we withhold belief in Russell's teapot. Demanding that atheists disprove God is as unreasonable as demanding people disprove the teapot. But theists respond that God is not analogous to a teapot. God, if real, is not one more object in the universe, but the ground of existence itself, the explanation for why anything exists. The question of God's existence is not like the question of whether some random object exists, but like the question of whether reality has an ultimate explanation. This is not a question where doubt is the default position, because every position, theism, atheism, and agnosticism, makes substantive claims about reality's nature. Furthermore, belief in God is not an unusual claim requiring special evidence like the teapot, but a nearly universal human belief throughout history and across cultures. Most humans have believed in some form of deity or transcendent reality. This suggests that belief in God might be natural, properly basic, not requiring special justification any more than belief in other minds requires justification. Critics counter that widespread belief does not indicate truth. Most humans once believed the Earth was flat, that the Sun orbited Earth, that disease came from bad air. Widespread belief indicates psychological inclination, not epistemic justification. If anything, humans' tendency to believe in gods might result from evolutionary biases like hyperactive agency detection. Better to assume the rustling in bushes is a predator when it is just wind than to assume it is wind when it is a predator. Evolution might have given us biases toward false positive beliefs in agents and purposes, including supernatural agents. The burden of proof question also involves defining atheism and agnosticism. If atheism means positively believing no God exists, then atheists bear a burden of proof for their positive claim. But many atheists define atheism as simply lacking belief in God, not positively believing God does not exist. This lack of belief atheism avoids burden of proof. It is not a claim requiring evidence, but a neutral position until evidence is provided. Theists object that this definition is strategic wordplay. In ordinary language, atheist means someone who believes God does not exist, not merely someone who lacks belief. Babies and rocks lack belief in God, but are not atheists. The definition seems designed to avoid defending atheism philosophically while claiming the default position rhetorically. Agnosticism offers another position, claiming that we do not and perhaps cannot know whether God exists. Thomas Huxley coined the term agnostic to describe his own position, remaining neutral on God's existence until evidence appears compelling one way or the other. Agnosticism seems to avoid burden of proof entirely by refusing to make claims. But critics argue that agnosticism is unstable. On practical questions like whether to pray, attend church, base morality on divine commands, you must act one way or another. Not attending church is functionally equivalent to believing God does not require worship. Not praying is functionally equivalent to believing prayer does not work. So even agnostics must live as though either theism or atheism is true, and their choice reveals what they actually believe, despite claiming neutrality. The required standard of evidence also matters enormously. Theists sometimes claim that God's existence is more probable than not, or that theism better explains our observations than atheism, making belief rational. But atheists might respond that 51% probability is insufficient for belief, that we should proportion confidence to evidence, and that God's existence seems at best slightly probable, not compelling enough to base one's life on. Different contexts use different standards. In criminal courts, conviction requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, perhaps 95% confidence. In civil courts, the standard is preponderance of evidence, just 51%. In science, 5 sigma significance, 99.9997% confidence, is often required to announce discoveries. Which standard should we use for God's existence? Some argue that pragmatic considerations matter. Given the stakes involved, if hell is real and your eternal destiny depends on belief, even low probability of God's existence might justify belief. This recalls Pascal's wager, maximizing expected utility rather than believing what is most probable. But critics respond that this treats truth as instrumental to other goals rather than intrinsically valuable, and it could justify believing almost anything if the imagined stakes are high enough. There is also the question of cumulative evidence. Individual arguments for God might each be weak, but perhaps they combine to make theism probable overall. Richard Swinburne uses Bayesian reasoning to argue that cosmological, teleological, moral and other arguments together raise God's probability substantially, even if no single argument is decisive. Each piece of evidence increases the probability incrementally until theism becomes more likely than not. But critics argue that multiple weak arguments do not necessarily combine into strong evidence. If each argument has serious problems, adding more arguments adds more problems rather than solving them. Furthermore, evidence against God, like evil and hiddenness, must be factored in. Even if some evidence favours theism, countervailing evidence might outweigh it, leaving God's existence improbable overall. The burden of proof also differs for specific versus generic theism. Proving that some vaguely defined ultimate reality or cosmic mind exists is easier than proving that the specific God of Christianity or Islam exists with all the attributes those traditions ascribe. Yet generic theism provides little guidance for life. Knowing some sort of transcendent reality exists does not tell you how to live, what to believe about salvation, what rituals to perform. Religions make specific claims requiring specific evidence, and vague theism does not support specific religions. The question also arises whether absence of evidence is evidence of absence. If God existed and wanted relationship with humans, we would expect clear evidence of God's existence. We do not observe such clear evidence, therefore we have some evidence that God does not exist. Theists respond that this argument assumes what evidence God would provide if God existed, but we cannot reliably determine divine motivations. Perhaps God has good reasons for remaining subtle rather than obvious. But critics reply that this response works only if theists abandon claims about God's love and desire for relationship. You cannot simultaneously claim God wants people to believe and explain lack of evidence by saying God has reasons to hide. Different philosophical traditions handle burden of proof differently. Analytic philosophy tends to emphasize explicit arguments, clear definitions, and rigorous logic, making burden of proof central. Continental philosophy often challenges the assumption that belief requires justification, arguing that some beliefs are pre-rational foundations of human existence that do not need defending. Religious experience traditions emphasize direct encounter with the divine that provides its own justification without requiring argument. Islamic philosophy has its own distinctive approach. The concept of fitra suggests that belief in God is natural, built into human nature. So the burden of proof lies with atheists to explain their denial of what humans naturally know. Disbelief requires explanation, not belief. But critics respond that this begs the question. It assumes humans naturally know God exists, which is precisely what is disputed. Where does the burden of proof question stand? Most philosophers hold that positive claims require evidence, so theists bear burden of proof for God's existence. But this does not settle the debate, because reasonable people disagree about whether theistic arguments meet the burden, what standard of proof is appropriate, and whether background assumptions favour theism or atheism. The procedural question of who must prove what does not resolve the substantive question of whether God exists. It merely frames how we approach the question. Part 17. Defining God. What are we even talking about? Before debating whether God exists, we should clarify what we mean by God. Yet this seemingly simple question reveals profound disagreements not just between theists and atheists, but among theists themselves. Classical theism describes God as omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly good, eternal, immutable, and simple. But other conceptions exist. Process theology's God, who changes and grows with creation, open theism's God, who does not know future free choices, pantheism's God, who is identical with nature, deism's God, who created but no longer intervenes. Which God are we arguing about? Classical theism, developed by Aquinas and other medieval philosophers, provides the standard definition in Western philosophy. God is the maximally perfect being, possessing all perfections to the highest degree. This means omnipotence, power to do anything logically possible. Omniscience, knowledge of all true propositions. Perfect goodness, moral perfection that cannot sin or choose evil. Immutability, unchanging in nature, knowledge and will. Eternality, existence outside time or everlasting through all time. Simplicity, lacking parts or composition, identical with God's own essence. This God is abstract, transcendent, and philosophically refined. God is not like a very powerful person, but qualitatively different from creatures, more analogous to being itself than to any particular being. God does not have properties, but is those properties. God does not have goodness, but is goodness, does not have power, but is power. But this conception faces problems. Divine simplicity, the doctrine that God has no parts or composition, seems to contradict other attributes. If God is identical with goodness and also identical with power, then goodness is identical with power, which seems false. Furthermore, if God is simple, how can God have multiple properties like knowledge, will, power, and goodness? Defenders use sophisticated metaphysics to address these problems, but the solutions are complex and not universally accepted. Classical theism also struggles with personal relationship. If God is immutable and atemporal, how can God respond to prayers, which requires changing from not having responded to having responded? How can God love particular individuals when love involves emotional response to the beloved's actions requiring change? The God of classical theism seems too abstract to be the personal God of religious experience. Personalist or relational theism modifies classical attributes to make God more personal. God is still omnipotent and perfectly good, but is temporal, mutable, and responsive. God experiences time, changes in response to creation, feels emotions, and enters into genuine relationships. This God is more like the God of Scripture, who speaks, acts, becomes angry, relents and loves in ways that seem impossible for an immutable being. But this conception creates new problems. If God changes, does God improve or deteriorate with change? If improve, God was previously imperfect, contradicting perfect goodness. If deteriorate, God becomes less perfect over time, again contradicting perfection. If neither, then what kind of change is occurring that does not affect God's perfection? Process theology, developed by Alfred North Whitehead and Charles Hartshorne, offers a radical reconception. God has two natures, a primordial nature that is eternal and unchanging, and a consequent nature that grows and changes with creation. God persuades but does not coerce, guiding creation toward beauty and value without determining outcomes. God experiences everything that happens, suffering with creation and growing through incorporation of creaturely experiences. This God is intimately involved with creation, genuinely affected by what happens and developing along with the universe. But traditional theists object that this God is too limited, unable to prevent evil, unable to guarantee salvation, unable to answer prayers in ways that override natural law. This seems more like a very powerful being within the universe than the transcendent creator of classical theism. Open theism accepts most classical attributes but denies exhaustive foreknowledge. God knows all true propositions but cannot know future free choices because they do not yet exist to be known. The future is genuinely open, not determined, so omniscience does not include knowing what does not exist. This preserves both divine knowledge and human freedom, without paradox. Critics argue that open theism limits God's sovereignty and contradicts biblical prophecy where God predicts specific future events involving free choices. Defenders respond that biblical prophecy often predicts God's own future actions or general patterns rather than specific free choices, and that divine sovereignty need not include determining all outcomes. Pantheism identifies God with the universe itself. God is nature, nature is God. This was Spinoza's view in the 17th century. There is only one substance with infinite attributes, which we can call God or nature interchangeably. Pantheism avoids the problem of evil by denying that God is separate from creation, and it avoids the problem of divine hiddenness because God is immediately present in all things. But pantheism faces serious objections. If God is identical with the universe, then God includes all evil, making God not perfectly good. If the universe just is God, then calling it God adds nothing to our understanding. We might as well just say universe. Furthermore, pantheism eliminates the personal God of religion. A pantheistic God does not listen to prayers, care about individuals, or offer salvation. Panentheism offers a middle view. All things exist in God, but God is more than the sum of creation. The universe is God's body, but not God's entirety. God is both transcendent, beyond creation, and immanent, present within creation. This preserves God's personal nature while acknowledging intimate connection with the world. Critics argue that panentheism inherits problems from both theism and pantheism. If the universe is God's body, does God suffer when creatures suffer, making God not perfectly good or perfectly happy? If God's body includes evil, how is God morally perfect? The view seems to create more problems than it solves. Deism accepts that God created the universe but denies ongoing intervention. God wound up the cosmic clock, then stepped back, letting natural law run without miraculous interference. This was popular among Enlightenment thinkers who wanted to preserve God as creator while rejecting supernatural claims of revealed religion. But deism provides little religious comfort or guidance. A deistic God does not answer prayers, care about human affairs, or offer salvation. Deism preserves God philosophically while abandoning God religiously, making it unsatisfying to both traditional theists and atheists. The definition of God also varies across religions. Christianity's Trinitarian God is three persons in one being, a concept foreign to Judaism and Islam. Islam's absolute monotheism rejects any division or composition in God, emphasizing divine unity more radically than Christianity. Hinduism includes both monotheistic traditions, viewing Brahman as supreme reality, and polytheistic traditions worshipping multiple deities as manifestations of the One. Buddhism often functions without a creator God, focusing on enlightenment rather than divine relationship. These differences matter enormously. Arguments for a deistic creator who does not intervene do not support Christianity's personal God who became incarnate and answers prayers. Arguments for an abstract necessary being do not support Islam's Allah, who revealed specific commands in the Quran. Evidence must match the specific conception of God being defended. Some philosophers argue that we should focus on perfect being theology, defining God as the greatest conceivable being, then determine what attributes such a being would have. But this method assumes we can identify what makes a being great, which itself requires controversial value judgments. Is it greater to be immutable or responsive, impassible or empathetic, simple or complex? Different intuitions about greatness yield different conceptions of God. The definition question also affects atheism. Atheists might accept that something is the ultimate ground of being while rejecting that this something is personal, conscious or good. They might accept that evolution shows apparent design while rejecting that this requires an intelligent designer. Different God concepts face different objections. The problem of evil challenges omnibenevolent personal gods but not impersonal cosmic forces or limited deities. Furthermore, ordinary religious believers often conceive God differently from theological sophisticates. Popular theism pictures God as a very powerful person living in heaven, watching over humans, intervening occasionally through miracles. This anthropomorphic God seems philosophically problematic, yet it is what most believers actually believe. Should philosophical arguments address popular theism or refined classical theism. The analytic versus continental divide also affects God concepts. Analytic philosophy tends toward precise definitions, clear attributes, and logical analysis. Continental philosophy and mystical theology emphasize God's ineffability, the inadequacy of human concepts to capture divine reality. God might be beyond definition, and attempts to define God might distort more than they illuminate. Where does this leave us? The definition of God is not settled even among theists, and different conceptions face different philosophical problems. Arguments for God's existence must specify which God they aim to prove, and the success or failure of arguments depends partly on which conception is assumed. Debates about God often talk past each other because disputants assume different conceptions without recognizing the differences. Clarifying what we mean by God is essential before we can fruitfully debate whether God exists. Part 18. Religious language and non-cognitive approaches. Can we even talk about God? When we say God is good, do we mean the same thing as when we say this person is good? When we say God exists, do we mean the same thing as when we say this table exists? Religious language creates unique philosophical problems because God, if real, is unlike anything we directly experience, yet we use ordinary language designed for talking about ordinary things when discussing God. Medieval philosophers developed the doctrine of analogy to address this. Thomas Aquinas argued that we speak of God neither univocally, meaning exactly the same as when we speak of creatures, nor equivocally, meaning completely differently, but analogically. God's goodness is like creaturely goodness, but qualitatively different, infinitely greater. This preserves meaningful language about God while respecting divine transcendence. But analogy creates problems. If we do not know what God's goodness is apart from creaturely goodness, how do we know they are analogous? If God's goodness is infinitely different from ours, how can we meaningfully use the word good for both? The more emphasis we place on God's transcendence and difference from creation, the more our language seems to empty of meaning. The via negativa, or negative theology, takes this further. We cannot say what God is, only what God is not. Not limited, not changing, not composed of parts, not in time, not in space. God is approached through negation rather than positive description. This avoids falsely attributing creaturely properties to God, but leaves us with little positive understanding. Pseudo-Dionysius, a 5th century mystical theologian, wrote that the ultimate truth about God is unknowing, that God transcends all concepts and language. The highest theology is silence before the ineffable mystery. Speaking about God inevitably distorts, so the wise remain silent. But if we cannot say anything meaningful about God, religion becomes impossible. Prayer requires thinking God can hear and respond. Worship requires thinking God is worthy of worship. Following God's commands requires thinking God has communicated commands. Complete apophatic theology seems to undermine religious practice. Logical positivism in the early 20th century went further, arguing that religious language is literally meaningless. A.J. Ayer and the Vienna Circle argued that meaningful statements must be either analytic, true by definition like bachelors are unmarried, or empirically verifiable through observation. God exists is neither analytic nor empirically verifiable, so it is meaningless, neither true nor false, but nonsense. R.M. Hare responded by arguing that religious statements express what he called blicks, general orientations, or ways of seeing the world that are not factual claims. Saying God exists is not like saying electrons exist, but more like expressing confidence that the universe is ultimately meaningful and purposeful. It is a perspective or attitude rather than a factual hypothesis. Antony Flew challenged this with his falsification principle. He told a parable of two explorers who find a garden. One believes an invisible gardener tends it, the other doubts. They set up tests, guards, bloodhounds, electric fences. No gardener is ever detected. The believer keeps modifying the hypothesis. The gardener is invisible, intangible, leaves no traces, makes no sound. At what point, Flew asked, does the hypothesis become vacuous? If nothing could count as evidence against the gardener's existence, then claiming the gardener exists asserts nothing. Religious believers similarly qualify their claims to avoid falsification. God works in mysterious ways. God's purposes are inscrutable. God's existence is compatible with any observation. This makes religious claims unfalsifiable and therefore meaningless. Basil Mitchell responded that religious believers do allow their faith to be challenged by evidence, but they do not abandon faith at the first difficulty. Faith involves commitment that persists through doubts and challenges, trusting that apparent problems will eventually find resolution. This is not irrationality, but reasonable commitment in the face of complexity. But critics argue that if literally nothing could falsify belief in God, then the belief makes no claim about reality. If God's existence is compatible with a world full of evil, with divine hiddenness, with inconsistent revelations, with poor design, then what does claiming God exists actually assert? The theological qualifications designed to preserve belief seem to drain belief of content. John Wisdom developed a different approach through his parable of the invisible gardener, which preceded Flew's. He argued that religious disagreements are not about empirical facts, but about how to interpret agreed-upon facts. Believer and skeptic both see the same world, but organize it differently, emphasizing different patterns and meanings. Religious language expresses these different interpretive frameworks rather than making straightforward factual claims. Ludwig Wittgenstein's later philosophy influenced religious language theory significantly. He argued that language gains meaning from its use within forms of life, shared practices and contexts. Religious language functions within religious practice: prayer, worship, ethical living, community. Trying to translate religious statements into scientific hypotheses misunderstands their function. D.Z. Phillips applied Wittgensteinian ideas to religion, arguing that God exists does not make a factual claim like quarks exist, but expresses commitment to a religious form of life. God's reality is internal to religious practice, not an external fact that practice is about. This protects religion from scientific critique, but at the cost of making religious claims non-factual. Critics object that this non-cognitive approach betrays actual religious belief. Believers think God really exists independently of human practice, not just as a useful fiction or cultural practice. When believers pray, they believe someone hears their prayers. When they worship, they believe they address a real being worthy of worship. Non-cognitivism treats these beliefs as something other than what believers take them to be. Furthermore, if religious statements are not factual claims, then religious disagreements make no sense. Christians and Muslims do not just prefer different practices, they disagree about facts. Whether Jesus was God incarnate, whether Muhammad received divine revelation, whether the Bible or Quran is God's word. These are factual disagreements that non-cognitivism cannot accommodate. Some philosophers use speech-act theory to analyze religious language. Religious statements do not just describe reality, but perform actions, making commitments, expressing attitudes, creating obligations. I believe in God is not just reporting a mental state, but making a commitment, like I promise creates an obligation rather than describing one. But this approach still needs to explain the truth conditions of religious statements. If religious language performs actions, those actions are appropriate only if certain factual conditions obtain. Promising to marry makes sense only if you are not already married. Similarly, committing to God makes sense only if God exists. So we are back to questions about factual truth. The question of religious language also affects how we interpret Scripture. Literalists claim biblical statements mean what they appear to mean: six-day creation, global flood, virgin birth, physical resurrection. Non-literalists argue these stories convey theological truths through myth, metaphor, and symbol rather than making historical claims. This debate partly concerns what kind of language Scripture employs. The stakes are high. If religious language is metaphorical or symbolic, then religious beliefs cannot conflict with science because they address different questions. But this makes religious claims unfalsifiable and perhaps vacuous. If religious language is literal, it makes factual claims that can be tested, but it often conflicts with scientific evidence, making belief difficult to sustain. Where do we stand on religious language? The problem reveals deep tensions in how we understand language, meaning, and truth. Classical approaches treat religious statements as factual claims about transcendent reality, but struggle to explain how finite language can meaningfully describe the infinite. Non-cognitive approaches protect religion from empirical critique, but seem to evacuate religious belief of its claimed content. The debate continues because it touches on fundamental questions about meaning that philosophy has not resolved generally, let alone specifically for religious contexts. Part 19. Why Smart People Still Disagree: The Deep Structure of the Debate. After examining every major argument about God, a disturbing pattern emerges. Brilliant philosophers on both sides marshal sophisticated arguments, identify genuine problems, and develop creative solutions. Yet neither side concedes defeat. The debate has continued for thousands of years, with no resolution in sight. Why can smart, informed, rational people examine the same evidence and arguments, yet reach opposite conclusions? The answer reveals something profound about rationality itself. The God debate is not primarily about evidence or logic, but about foundational assumptions, intuitions, and frameworks that shape how we interpret evidence and evaluate arguments. These deep commitments are not themselves conclusions from evidence, but starting points that determine what counts as evidence and what seems plausible. Consider burden of proof. To atheists, it seems obvious that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, that theism is extraordinary and atheism is default. To theists, it seems obvious that belief in God is natural, nearly universal across cultures, and reflects proper basic knowledge rather than extraordinary hypothesis. These conflicting intuitions about burden of proof cannot be resolved by appealing to evidence because they determine what evidence is relevant. Or consider explanatory principles. Theists value personal explanation, minds intending and creating things. The universe exists, consciousness emerges, moral truths obtain. These seem to cry out for personal explanation in terms of God's intentions and actions. Atheists value impersonal explanation, natural laws operating without purpose or agency. The universe evolved, consciousness emerged through evolution, moral truths reflect human nature. These seem adequately explained by impersonal processes. Neither side can prove their preferred mode of explanation is superior because that preference shapes what they accept as explanation. To theists, impersonal explanations feel incomplete, like explaining a painting by describing chemical properties of paint without mentioning the artist. To atheists, personal explanations feel like anthropomorphic projection, like ancient Greeks explaining thunder by saying Zeus was angry. The role of religious experience divides along similar lines. To believers, religious experiences provide direct awareness of God, comparable to sensory perception. Dismissing these experiences as mere psychology seems as unreasonable as dismissing visual perception as mere brain chemistry. To skeptics, religious experiences are obviously culturally conditioned psychological phenomena explained by neuroscience without requiring God. Both sides can point to evidence. Believers note the transformative power and consistency of religious experiences across traditions. Skeptics note the cultural variation and neural correlates of religious experiences. But the interpretation of this evidence depends on prior commitments about whether God exists and would communicate through such experiences. The problem of evil illustrates this powerfully. Atheists find evil to be overwhelming evidence against an omnibenevolent God. No good God would permit such suffering. Theists find ways to reconcile evil with God. Free will defense, soul-making theodicy, skeptical theism about God's purposes. Atheists think these responses are obviously inadequate special pleading. Theists think atheists show insufficient appreciation for the complexity of relating finite human judgment to infinite divine wisdom. Neither side is being irrational or dishonest. They genuinely find different things obvious, different arguments compelling, different responses satisfying. This is not because one side is stupid or biased, but because they start from different intuitive foundations. Consider the cosmological argument. To theists, the principle that everything needs an explanation seems obviously true, and grounding it in God seems natural. To atheists, accepting the universe as brute fact seems more parsimonious than positing a further being whose existence and nature require explanation. Each side accuses the other of special pleading. Theists say atheists arbitrarily exempt the universe from needing explanation. Atheists say theists arbitrarily exempt God from needing explanation. The teleological argument similarly divides over intuitions. Theists look at biological complexity and intuitively sense design, intention, purpose. Atheists look at the same complexity and see natural selection, adaptation, evolutionary history. Both can marshal evidence for their interpretations, but the deep intuition about whether apparent design requires a designer cannot be settled by evidence because it shapes what evidence means. Thomas Kuhn's work on scientific paradigms illuminates this. He argued that scientific revolutions involve paradigm shifts, where background assumptions change so radically that scientists before and after the shift cannot fully communicate. They see different worlds, ask different questions, value different types of explanation. Something similar happens in the God debate. Theistic and atheistic worldviews are different paradigms, different frameworks for understanding reality that shape rather than being shaped by evidence. This is not relativism, claiming all views are equally true. Evidence and arguments still matter enormously. But evidence never speaks for itself. It must be interpreted within frameworks, and different frameworks interpret the same evidence differently. The frameworks themselves cannot be proven or disproven in straightforward ways, because they provide the context within which proof and disproof operate. Alvin Plantinga argues that disagreement about God reflects what he calls warranted Christian belief that might be properly basic for believers but not for non-believers. If God exists and designed humans to know God, then believers' cognitive faculties reliably produce knowledge of God. If God does not exist, then believers suffer from cognitive malfunction. But from within each position, the opposing view looks mistaken rather than merely different. Peter van Inwagen discusses the problem of philosophical disagreement generally. Even when all relevant evidence is available and all arguments are understood, philosophers continue disagreeing about virtually everything. This suggests that philosophical questions, including God's existence, might be objectively difficult in ways that make disagreement rational, even for fully informed thinkers. Perhaps the evidence genuinely is ambiguous, and reasonable people legitimately weigh it differently. The persistence of disagreement also reflects different epistemic values. Some people value avoiding false belief more than acquiring true belief. They prefer skepticism that risks missing truth to credulity, that risks believing falsehoods. Others value acquiring truth more than avoiding error. They prefer risking false belief to missing important truths. William James highlighted this. His will to believe applies to those who find belief practically and emotionally necessary, while Clifford's evidentialism applies to those who prioritize avoiding false belief. Cultural and psychological factors also play roles, though mentioning this risks ad hominem fallacy. People raised religious often retain religious frameworks even when questioning specific beliefs. People raised secular often retain secular frameworks even when encountering religious arguments. This does not mean either side is irrational, just that background shapes intuitions about what seems initially plausible. Furthermore, existential stakes differ. For some people, believing in God provides meaning, purpose, comfort, and community essential to psychological well-being. For others, believing in God would feel intellectually dishonest or would conflict with values like autonomy and self-determination. These psychological factors influence how people weigh ambiguous evidence, though, again, not necessarily irrationally. The God debate also reflects different relationships to uncertainty. Some people find uncertainty intolerable and seek firm commitments, whether theistic or atheistic. Others embrace uncertainty, remaining agnostic about ultimate questions. Different tolerance for ambiguity produces different responses to identical arguments. There is also the question of expertise. Most people lack time and training to evaluate sophisticated philosophical arguments personally, so they defer to authorities. But authorities disagree radically. Eminent philosophers and scientists include convinced theists and atheists in roughly equal numbers. When experts disagree, non-experts cannot resolve the issue by deferring to expertise, so they must rely on judgment calls about which experts seem more trustworthy or which arguments align with their intuitions. Social epistemology studies how knowledge is collectively constructed through communities, institutions, and social processes. Religious communities reinforce religious beliefs through shared practice, testimony, and interpretation. Secular academic communities often reinforce naturalistic assumptions through methodological naturalism and peer pressure. Neither is necessarily biased, but both create environments where certain views seem more plausible because everyone around you holds them. So why do smart people still disagree about God after thousands of years? Because the question touches on foundational matters where evidence underdetermines conclusions, where background assumptions shape interpretations, where different epistemic values produce different judgments, and where cultural and psychological factors legitimately influence what seems plausible. The disagreement is not failure of rationality, but reflection of genuine difficulty and ambiguity in the question itself. This does not mean truth does not exist, or that all positions are equally reasonable. It means that the God question is harder than we might hope, that evidence and arguments have not yet compelled consensus, and that honest, informed, intelligent people can reasonably reach different conclusions based on different foundational commitments that themselves resist decisive proof. Part 20. What this means: living with the question. We have examined every major argument about God's existence and found something remarkable. None of the arguments succeeds in proving God's existence beyond reasonable doubt, yet none of the arguments proves God's non-existence either. Both sides have sophisticated responses to objections, both sides can claim victory by their own standards, and neither side shows signs of conceding. So where does this leave us? First, we must accept intellectual humility. The God question is genuinely difficult in ways that should make us modest about our own conclusions. If brilliant philosophers have debated this for millennia without reaching consensus, if every argument faces serious objections that resist definitive answers, then claiming certainty either way seems arrogant. Whether you believe, disbelieve, or remain uncertain, acknowledging that informed, reasonable people disagree should temper dogmatism. This does not mean all positions are equally reasonable or that truth does not exist. Evidence and arguments genuinely constrain what we can reasonably believe, even if they do not force unique conclusions. Young Earth creationism that denies evolution faces such overwhelming evidence against it that maintaining it requires either ignorance or irrationality. Similarly, crude scientism that dismisses all non-empirical knowledge faces philosophical objections that make it untenable for informed thinkers. But within the range of sophisticated theism, sophisticated atheism, and genuine agnosticism, the debate remains open. Each position faces difficulties, but none faces decisive refutation. Classical theism must grapple with evil, hiddenness, and religious diversity. Atheism must explain apparent fine-tuning, consciousness, and moral realism without God. Agnosticism must address whether withholding judgment is truly neutral or effectively equivalent to practical atheism. Second, we should recognize the different types of questions involved. Some questions are purely intellectual. Does God exist as a matter of objective fact, regardless of human beliefs or experiences? Other questions are existential. Should I live as though God exists, organize my life around religious commitments, find meaning in religious community and practice? These questions are related but not identical. Someone might think God probably does not exist, but find religious life meaningful and valuable nonetheless. Someone might think God probably exists, but find religious institutions harmful and prefer secular ethics. Intellectual conviction and practical commitment can come apart. This does not necessarily reflect inconsistency, but recognition that life requires commitments that go beyond what we can prove conclusively. William James emphasized this. Religious questions are live, forced, and momentous, meaning we must decide how to live even without certainty. Not choosing is itself a choice with consequences. If God exists and desires relationship, remaining neutral due to insufficient evidence might itself be a mistake. But if God does not exist, organizing your life around false belief also carries costs. We cannot avoid risk by withholding judgment because our lives enact judgments through how we live. Third, the debate reveals deep truths about knowledge and reason. We often assume that sufficient intelligence and evidence will resolve any factual question, that disagreement reflects ignorance or bias that education eliminates. But the God debate shows that some questions resist resolution even with maximum intelligence and evidence, because they touch on foundational assumptions that shape how we interpret evidence rather than being determined by evidence. This should make us suspicious of other debates where both sides claim their view is obvious and opponents are irrational. Political philosophy, ethics, free will, consciousness, and many other philosophical questions exhibit similar patterns. Sophisticated arguments on multiple sides, persistent disagreement among informed thinkers, and background assumptions driving different conclusions. Recognizing this pattern should increase intellectual humility generally. Fourth, we should appreciate what the arguments accomplish, even if they do not prove their conclusions. The cosmological argument, even if it fails to prove God, successfully identifies a genuine puzzle about existence that demands attention. Why does anything exist rather than nothing? This question will not go away, regardless of whether God exists. The teleological argument, even if Darwin explained biological design, highlights the apparent fine-tuning of physical constants that remains puzzling. Whether this points to God or multiverse or remains unexplained, it is a remarkable fact about our universe that requires acknowledgement. The moral argument, even if objective morality exists without God, forces us to think carefully about the foundations of ethics. What makes something genuinely right or wrong, rather than merely conventional or preferred? This question matters regardless of its theological implications. The problem of evil, even if it does not disprove God, demands that believers grapple seriously with suffering rather than dismissing it glibly. Any adequate theology must account for the immense suffering in our world, and easy answers insult the victims. The argument valuably presses this requirement. Fifth, the debate shows the value of philosophy itself. These are not idle academic games, but questions that shape how billions of people live, govern, educate children, and find meaning. Whether God exists affects morality, politics, science, education, and personal life profoundly. Thinking carefully about these questions using the best available arguments and evidence is important work, even if it does not produce certainty. Philosophy also develops intellectual virtues: clarity of thought, rigor in argument, willingness to follow evidence wherever it leads, ability to see issues from multiple perspectives. Engaging seriously with God, arguments develops these virtues whether or not it resolves the question. The process of thinking through these issues makes us better thinkers generally. Sixth, we should resist the temptation to treat opponents as stupid or dishonest. When you find an argument compelling and someone else does not, the natural assumption is that they are missing something obvious or reasoning poorly. But if brilliant philosophers disagree about these arguments after centuries of debate, the problem is not stupidity, but genuine difficulty and ambiguity. Believers should recognize that atheism is not always rebellion against God or preference for sin, but often honest response to what seems like insufficient evidence and insurmountable philosophical problems. Atheists should recognize that belief is not always wish fulfillment or fear of death, but often genuine experience of the divine and rational assessment that theism better explains reality. Agnostics should recognize that those who reach confident conclusions are not necessarily arrogant, but may have good reasons for their convictions. Seventh, the unresolved nature of the debate should affect how religious and secular societies interact. If the God question is genuinely difficult, with reasonable disagreement possible, then society should not enforce either theistic or atheistic orthodoxies. Religious freedom makes sense not just as pragmatic compromise, but as recognition that these questions resist definitive resolution. So, forcing uniform belief is intellectually unjustified and practically oppressive. This applies to education too. Teaching children that God obviously exists or obviously does not exist both misrepresent the state of the debate. Honest education should present major arguments on multiple sides, acknowledge difficulties each position faces, and encourage students to think through issues themselves rather than accepting conclusions on authority. This does not mean relativism teaching all views as equally good, but serious engagement with the best arguments on each side. Eighth, we should consider what practical difference belief makes. If someone lives virtuously, treats others well, finds meaning and purpose, and contributes positively to society, does it matter whether they believe in God? Some religious people say yes, because eternal salvation depends on belief. Some atheists say no, because earthly life is all that matters, and belief does not affect it. Some agnostics say maybe because the question's practical importance is itself unclear. But all should recognize that belief and behavior do not correlate perfectly. Religious people can be cruel, atheists can be compassionate, and vice versa. Whatever we conclude about God's existence, we face the same practical challenge: how to live well, treat others justly, find meaning, and leave the world better than we found it. These challenges remain regardless of theological conclusions. Finally, we should leave space for mystery and wonder. Whether the universe has a creator or emerged from quantum fluctuations, whether consciousness reflects divine spark or neural complexity, whether morality flows from God or human nature, the universe remains awe-inspiring and mysterious. The fact that we can ask these questions, can reason about ultimate reality, can experience beauty and meaning, deserves appreciation regardless of answers. The God question may never be definitively resolved in this life. Perhaps that is by design, if God exists and values faith over certainty. Perhaps that reflects the question's inherent difficulty if God does not exist. Either way, we must live with uncertainty, make commitments despite it, and extend grace to those who reach different conclusions while reasoning as carefully as we can. The arguments we have examined represent humanity's best efforts to think through ultimate questions over thousands of years. They deserve serious engagement, whether they lead us to belief, disbelief, or continued uncertainty. The conversation continues. New arguments emerge, old arguments receive new formulations, and the debate evolves. This is not failure, but reflection of the question's depth and our finite grasp of infinite matters. In the end, each person must decide for themselves what to believe and how to live. The arguments can inform that decision, but they cannot make it for you. Whether you choose belief, disbelief, or uncertainty, choose thoughtfully, humbly, and with respect for those who choose differently. The God question matters too much for careless answers, but it is also too difficult for dogmatic certainty. Living well with that tension might be the best any of us can do.